And with all of that said, welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Akamask, and next to me, I'm hyped to finally be back with the great Zach. And we're gonna have a banger in front of us because it's the first place match in group number A. Even though the split is young, both teams are undefeated. It's gonna be K-Corp against G2. Banger game ahead of us. Day 3 is gonna be full of those. And with that said, Zach, it's gonna be amazing, right?
For sure. I mean, like you said, both teams undefeated so far in the group, being able to win out their games with clean 2-0 records. And both of them having a pretty similar round differential as well. It's just that G2 lost a couple of rounds less, I would say. So, this is a chance, if you think about the stakes for this tournament, both of these teams really fighting for that coveted qualification spot. EMEA has 3 this time. So, they want to be confirming that they're getting their slot locked in. For G2, of course, things are a little bit simpler. If they qualify for playoffs, they will be making it by virtue of points. But, they're G2. I think they're not going to be satisfied with something as measly as qualifying off points. They want to win every single trophy this year.
Yeah, obviously. They want to be the queens of EMEA. They want to go undefeated in their EMEA run without anyone giving them a hard time in the playoffs. And in the end, they're on a perfect path to doing this. The war path that G2 has taken this year is incredible. Only lost 5 maps throughout the whole year. 3 against Falcons and 2 against Odd One Out in the weirdest series I have ever seen. But history was made that day, and this lineup just amazing. The best one EMEA currently has. And yeah, I'm just... hyped to see what this lineup can bring to the table, especially when it comes to Game Changers championships with the 3 slots on the line. I think it's more of a question at this point who gets slot number 3, and K-Corp is a stronger because Falcons and G2 are so dominant. They're basically guaranteed getting those slots if they make playoffs and some sort of run. I think G2 is locked once they make playoffs. And on the other side, there's K-Corp, who had a good showing in the second split, but kind of lost some steam in the playoffs. And they basically need to make top 3 or even win the whole thing to qualify for championships. And especially for players like Roxy and Glance, who know the feeling of being there, this might or should be the goal.
I definitely agree with you. I think this is a roster that, it has like a perfect mix of that experience, talent, and the players that have come through Contenders, been grinding for multiple sets. Like Player, for example, I think this year she's really been able to evolve as an IGL. Every other player on this team really proving themselves as well. Like Matrix in particular on that duelist role has been looking so good in the last couple matches. So very excited to see how this plays out, especially, if you look at the head-to-head here for both the star duelists of each team. Both of these players, right? Rescue as well was a question mark coming in to this year when G2 signed her. How much was she going to be able to do? Relatively unknown player. And with G2, she's just stunning everybody. From stage 2, her performance, I think it was one of the best Jet/Raze performances we've seen of all time.
Yeah, and I also think you talked about the mix of experience and young talent, and G2 also perfected that. Mimi and Petra, the 2 veterans of G2 esports, who won the championship back previous to last year, combined with the strong rookie power, especially from Rescue, just amazing stuff coming up from them. And yeah, in the end, it all comes down a little bit to Matrix and Rescue. I think the matchup is really, really important. Only 5% first death rate in her first matchup is amazing for a duelist, it feels like. 5% is really, really low, getting 20% of all first tracks. And stuff like this is what we want to see from Rescue coming into this matchup. On the other side, Matrix also great showing in the first game against Odd One Out. But I feel like this might be a little bit of fake data because Odd One Out and Alternate Attacks aren't necessarily the top tier teams in the competition, right? As much as I would love to have this from Attacks as a Darkcaster, in the end, they are probably more of bottom 2 teams in this group. And
hey, don't slander my Odd One Out girls like that. Come on. Don't do that, Patrick.
Hey, we love them. We love them.
I'm a believer.
We're obviously believing, and I would love to see some more upsets, but realistically on paper, it's more of the bottom 2 teams compared to the rest. The veto is, by the way, ready, and I'm intrigued of how those 2 teams pick. We had a great showing from G2 on Abyss in the last game yesterday, and they're picking it again. Let's go! I love the G2 Abyss comp. And it's nice to see it bind on the first map, so no Lotus starts into that series again.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us, we've been seeing too much Lotus these days, and it's nice to see it not coming up at least right in the beginning, but it does seem like it is going to be our decider. So, you know, if we do go to a map 3 in the series, we will have to put up with some Lotus, sadly for you, Akabask. But yeah, you know, back to Abyss, you were there yesterday, and like you said, really, really innovative, fun comp, and they were just making plays left and right. It looked like they were having fun more than anything on that particular map, but you know, talking about this first map pick here for KC, you know, it's going to be Bind here. And I mean, going by the record, this is a map that G2 have proven themselves to be vulnerable on before, as well as KC. They've looked really comfortable on it. So I think they're kind of leading into that, the fact that they have so much experience playing this map, and the fact that, you know, they could do some WOD review possibly. Of course, since that last split, there's been a lot of time. There would have been some adaptations coming in for both teams, but, you know, leading into that comfort pick, that's a good sign for KC.
Yeah, obviously, like comfort over everything is in most situations, especially when you're up against a team like G2 Gozen, who are the undoubted queens of Europe at the moment. There is just no way around the comfort for you as a team, especially in the situation of Carmine Corp, where they really want that win, right? It would feel so good, especially for Glance and Roxy, to finally overcome G2 after leaving them at the beginning of the year. The revenge arc would be completed, and it would set some interesting storylines for the playoffs if K-Corp finishes first place in that group. I would really enjoy seeing that, to be honest, as much as I love G2 and as much as I love their playstyle. I think just having some more and stronger storylines about around those two players would be something to see, right? And in the end, G2 will probably be their old dominant selves, but Carmine Corp, they will show up something, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you. KC, you know, even in their first game, they looked really, really convincing, especially on that map number 2. I think that, you know, they're a team that had a little bit of a slow start this year. They signed Glance in that first stage. Unfortunately, weren't able to really pop off, but they came back stronger in contenders, were able to win it out, you know, at the end of stage 1, and then signed Roxy, you know, a powerhouse coming in for the team. So in stage 2, like you said, even if they weren't able to advance as far as they would have liked, you know, in the playoffs to get some additional circuit points, they still put up a really good showing. And we kind of saw glimmers of what this team could really become, because like we're seeing Matrix grow into her full potential. Kuripuya, like I think even the last game as well, she was just doing a masterclass of calling, being able to figure out where exactly to position her chess pieces on the defensive side, on that Lotus map especially. She looked really confident and composed. So, you know, this team, it's gotten much stronger, I would say, compared to the beginning of this year in terms of playstyle, in terms of strategy, and in synergy as well. So very excited to see what they have been cooking for this thing. Of course, I mean, like you said, it's going to be a rough match for them, seeing G2's historic record. But, you know, if they've done the work and if they're able to perform at that top level today, I think this is a team that could have the potential to beat G2. So, you know, if they can do it today, it's going to set them up to, you know, not just be their group leader, but also give them like a lot of confidence headed into the rest of the stage and possibly the playoffs.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the bind pick is kind of a little bit surprising for me, coming off from the side of K-Corp as well. We talked a little bit about storylines and K-Corp needing to beat them, and now they're bringing out the surprise because they haven't played bind all year. It's their first bind pickup for the whole year. The last time they won this map was last year in September against Excel Game Changers, which was a team that haven't won a single map throughout their Game Changers run back then. I'm intrigued of how this one is going to play out, but I think Carmine Corp will have an idea behind that. I would love to see the cooking on that map. We already said it, want to win. They want to set a new precedent, and especially for Roxy and Glance, it would be overcoming an old curse, and the agent selects are in, and I love it.
Let's see what we do have cooking on this particular map here. For KC, it is going to be that double controller Astra coming in. I think it's been a really long time. Yeah, it's been a really long time since we've seen an Astra pick coming in at all. But I mean, it could synergize with the combos that you can pull off with the Raze. You've got the Fade as well. So I feel like this team is built around kind of helping Matrix pop off, and also just having a lot of utility to throw at G2. On the other side, G2, they've got their fair bit of utility as well. They've got the controller, of course, being the more standard Brimstone we're used to seeing, but there is an additional Omen on the board as well. I mean, usually you see a Viper and a Brim for the most part, but, you know, I like the mix and match here.
Yeah, I like it as well. Both teams are kind of cooking here. As you already said, we're seeing the Omen and the Brimstone. I think Omen got more and more popular on Bind in the last few weeks and months. just because the Paranoia has been so great in capturing areas like Lamps and Hookah on a map where you can just throw out some faster executes, especially compared to the Viper and compared to the Brimstone. I like the double controller setup with Brimstone and Omen generally. Like, it's in kind of a way, you know, it's a kind of... I can't talk. Sorry, my brain was not braining at this point. It's a kind of a way so annoying to play against, especially when you can keep some smokes on the Omen, when you just can hold it back, and let those smokes regenerate. It's just overall so annoying to play against, especially on retake situations. And yeah, might be interesting. But on the other hand, there's a Astra on the side of Carmine Corp. That's gonna be a banger. But we can talk a lot in the end. Because map number 1 starts now. It's a battle for the first place in group number 8. G2 goes in against Carmine Corp. Glance and Roxy looking to break the slumber, break the curse of playing against their old team. And we're gonna start in a few seconds.
Here we go, 8 seconds. That's all that stands. Like you said, we're heading into the action right now here. And I mean, looking at the setup coming in so far, KC, they've got that default wall along A short and already looking to take up a little bit of space off the back of that Dizzy. Matrix leading the charge here. There is that pseudo crossfire setup. Amy gonna be that first anchor point onto site. Viper Orb comes out along with the Astra smokes for that backside to possibly let the player make up, walk up a little bit further here. But here comes the plant. Roxy gonna be able to get it down with the help of the wingman here. Also, this side note, Roxy on wingman is pretty interesting to me. Quick trades coming through inside the U-Haul area. 2 for 2 so far. Beautiful nade. That's gonna catch Kuripuya out of position, and Rescue able to lock down that kill. 2v3.
And poetically, it's only Glance and Roxy who are still alive, both on initiators nowadays. Interesting setup for them. Dizzy's coming through. Will check some players, but Vanya with another frag also rescues there for the rescue. Kills off Roxy, and with that, G2, great start into the first map. And KC quickly falling apart.
In talking about that particular round, right? I mean, the retake protocols were in place for G2 during the course of that round. You know, starting off, you can see Amy trying to already help with the help of her teammates, trying to get ready to go in for that retake setup. Vanya on the flank as well with the Paranoia, along with the nade from Rescue, really just forcing Kuripuya out of her position and creating that asymmetry that G2 loves to capitalize on here in terms of numbers. Now going to be a pretty hefty buy. Rescue on the Outlaw, of course, and a couple of Bulldogs coming in. Petra, the sole member to not buy an additional gun here aside from her pistol. And already, it does seem like this A side is once again that frontier attack. Multiple players coming into showers, all this noise being heard, and it's just a toe, but it's still gonna be enough for Rescue to hit the shot.
There.
Rescue makes it look effortlessly once again. Outlaw shots coming through. Mimi also part of the action. Nilo already down, and Vanya coming out. If that Spectre just sprays through the smoke. It's only down to Glance and Kuripuya.
Oh no.
But oh, Glance! Nice peek around that corner. Finds the damage onto Rescue. No more Outlaw in the game. But no other resources. No way to capture that weapon.
Yeah, already you can see Vanya watching it. In fact, having picked it up to drop, with Petra picking up the Spectre instead. So no economic damage really done. You're going to need at least a couple more kills to do that much, KC. And it does seem like the objective is to punish any G2 players who might be coming out looking for a little bit more of those eco frags, like I at least do in my ranked games. I will admit I'm an eco frag chaser. But that aside, I mean, 2v4, what can you really do here? At least they have possession of the spike. They're going to look to walk back into A. They've cut noise for a bit. But looking at G2, 3 of their players watching every single area of approach. It's going to take some sharp shooting to be able to go through. And already with the smokes coming in, the double peek comes through. And unfortunately, Mimi and Petra between them more than good for the kills. 2-0 and a very clean bonus round for G2.
Yeah, very clean. Only Rescue dropping out. But the weapon is going to be recovered. With that, they should be fine. Just playing around that. Vanya also a great kill right there. Had a great game against alternate attacks yesterday. 57% headshot rate over the course of 2 maps. Just impressive stats once again for G2 Esports. Actually buying another weapon. Oh no, they're not. I'm just a little bit lost here in direction. Early push from inside of rescue. Dizzy
Oh, nice.
will reveal Kurkuya.
Oh my god, alright. Satchel and Outlaw was not on my bingo card today, but yeah, Curry gets, again, caught out, unfortunately, out of position, and G2 take down the IGL. No more smokes either for the duration of the round. Gonna make this execute and hold, eventual hold so much harder. They're gonna have to take more space here. That's the call from Matrix. G2, of course, they've conceded this side for now, but in this retake, they are gonna have the numbers advantage, if not the weaponry advantage. 2 players right now from KC holding down this elbow area. 3 now, with the 3rd one walking over. Matrix, in fact, holding a very aggressive angle right now. And with that one way coming in, they're going to try to clear this elbow. Matrix, that first point of contact, but maybe gets one immediately with the Thrash, able to push forward and even try to get another kill. Roxy tries to capitalize off the back of the Thrash, but Rescue with the Outlaw to protect her teammates. And now it's just going to be up to Nello here. 1v4, trying to get at least that first kill. But Vanya trying, not even conceding that much, just being spammed to oblivion right now. And all right, at least 1 kill for Nello's troubles. But at the end, it's going to be a great bonus coming in for G2. 2 weapons that are carried into this next round, 1 a Vandal.
And that's a 3-0 for That's a 3-0 for G2 Esports. We're going to a small tech pause. And G2 just too clean, running all over Carmine Corp. The opener onto Kuripuya was more impactful than you maybe thought on first glance. Just incredibly clean play by Rescue and Mimi. The follow-up on the Dizzy just too strong, right? You can just you kind of know what to expect behind that wall, and Rescue just hyper aggression. You don't have anything to lose, right? It's a round where you have just the bonus weapons. You're fine with losing that, so you just can play with those hyper aggressive peaks. And
I think that whole. Sorry, go ahead.
And in the end, you know, picking this one up, just amazing gunplay and amazing gameplay by the side of Rescue.
Yeah, I think Rescue being able to get those multi-kills with the Outlaw was huge there. But the whole round, right, it really was super well played in terms of resource management as well. Maybe with that initial flash, the way it was positioned as well, you can't really see it until it pops all the way on top of the buildings there. So Kuripuya didn't really have the time to react as well as seeing that she was, you know, looking at the smokes. So I think just starting off with that great kill, denying smokes for your opponent team, and then knowing that they don't have smokes, knowing that they have to play, you know, elbow where those close quarter weapons like the Spectres are favored. They're able to go forward. Roxy still able to get the kill and get the Thrash after that, even investing it. Vanya getting caught in it. But yeah, Rescue, just the awareness to be able to dodge that Thrash and also get that kill onto Roxy there was what really kind of locked in the round for G2, I think. So now going to be feeling very happy with themselves. They've got, like you said, they got a Thrash of their own, one off that showstopper, which was quite charged up after that last round. And I mean, for KC, unfortunately, it's going to have to be an eco round, but they've been hitting some nice shots too, especially Glance. I think with that Sheriff last round as well, before this full buy, I think she got a couple of kills with it. So if they can channel that a little bit more and try not to lose players early on with G2 doing their standard pushes, it might be what they need to get back into this game, because right now, momentum, at least, it's firmly in G2's favor.
Yeah, also, like, G2 always finds very sneaky and unique windows to fight into Carmine Corp. It's not like Carmine Corp doesn't get on site. It's just like the rounds fall apart so early because G2 finds those aggressive peaks, finds the momentum and the angles to kill out singular Carmine Corp players. And with that, you're in undermanned retake situations where you can't really do anything but try to find aggressive peaks, and G2 is punishing those incredibly good. And in an overall sense, I don't know how good Carmine Corp can defend this in those situations, right? You need to get on site in a 5v5 situation, or maybe start off with one round especially good. But for now, G2 just complete supremacy from their side. Like, kinda a review of the alternate attack series yesterday. Starting off strong. And they once again will play this one aggressively, especially against the Nico round. Interesting approach. Could run into a potential stack. Matrix already pushed far ahead into showers.
There.
A lot of space being taken. Boombot gonna clear out the area towards triple as well. So could take a little bit of space, but Vanya on this elevated position has not been spotted yet. In fact, doesn't have a smoke quite yet, but neither is the Dizzy gonna connect properly. So Vanya can take all advantage, but Matrix, the perfect timing on the swing, able to confirm that kill. First blood finally going in favor of this team right now, but J2 Rescue with the ult, satcheling in and actually gets both for her troubles. Glance and Matrix walking into it, and suddenly things looking so difficult right now. The Thrash gonna go into this close quarters as well. Nello walking into it, trying to res bait for her teammate. Roxy able to capitalize and get a kill off the back of it, but now 2 bullets in the gun. How much more can Roxy do here? Still getting a kill and able to fall away as well. Roxy just pulling off heroics for her team right now. Walking away to U-Haul. Kuri does have the pull available as well, but they're just chasing down Roxy. All of this lifting, it's gotta be on the shoulders of Kuri here. Mimi's just sticking the spike, and there's no way to deny the defuse because it just comes through. And despite KC making this thrifty possible, they're not able to close it out here. All because Mimi does not get off the spike.
Rescue's ult was amazing, but in the end, G2 struggled mightily to convert that round. It was a defuse by Mimi in the last second to somehow get it over the finish line. 4-0 from the side of G2, but it was an expensive round. And Kamen Cop shouldn't be too unhappy with this one. Obviously, you want to take it home after those Roxy shots. It was incredibly close in the end, but Kamen Corp shouldn't be, but G2 shouldn't be too happy with their success in this one. Matrix pushes aggressively through their own smoke. Garden just completely taken by the side of Kamen Corp. On the other hand, Amy has a good position into hookah, so no unexpected visitor from the short angle. Depends all on their own there.
Prowler does detect Amy, but Amy gonna choose to hold on to the position, at least for now. Backup coming in the form of Vanya as well. An additional layer of smokes once Amy's does get used up here. I think that's number 2 already being conceded right now. They're still looking to push into hookah, and Amy immediately got to break the Prowler. The pull from the Astra actually not going to catch anybody, but the Thrash from Roxy is pushing forward here. Will it be able to catch anyone is the question, and Amy actually going to get passed over, and her and Vanya between them just able to hold on this crossfire. No way for KC to even enter into the site right now. They just have to take contact and figure out a way to trade. The flank in play as well towards Long. Well, first person caught TPing, a second player coming back as well. Kuri caught between a rock and a hard place. Nothing to be done here. And the spike, at least Roxy, gotta be able to get it through on Ace side. But now, a 1v4 that she'll have to glitch out.
Yeah, probably more than Roxy can pull out. Would be an incredibly close call for her. 1 versus 4. More than just hard to play, especially when there's G2 on the other side. Flashes coming through. Only finds your teammates. Roxy, no, and Petra gets that last frag. G2 supremacy right now on Bind. On the map pick of their opponents. And Kamen Corp, through so many struggles, just loses out on every corner. Once again around where nothing seems to work on a close called side tag. Right, you want to go on side. The crossfire is too strong. Vanya and Amy in the end able to get those frags. The patience by Amy is just incredible. Kuripuya only able to get Mimi out. And with the triple kill of Amy, this round is basically over. No real showing. Just the position. Yeah, Amy was holding inside the smoke, you know, just knows her timing so well. Breaks the Prowler, falls back into Vanya's smoke, and sure, Matrix is able to even satchel past and get a kill onto site, but despite her taking down Mimi, you've still got that duo, that deadly duo of Amy and Vanya still onto site, still making entry impossible here. And I mean, while Matrix was able to deny, at least able to get that first kill and some space, the problem is that Amy just wasn't detected and she gets 2 kills from her position, which is something that really shouldn't be happening. So yeah, KC, good to take a time out here, take a breather. They're still going to be able to scrape together a buy here, have everybody on light armor, but I mean, there's no longer an outlaw. It's a full-on operator in Rescue's hands, so I don't think that's going to be a really huge issue with everyone having Vandals. If it's a headshot, it's going to be a death anyway. So I think half armor here going to get them one more economic round. They've got the Nightfall as well from Glance to work with. They can get an Ultra for Matrix. They'll have that Showstopper as well in addition. But they're going to have to be able to trade each other out a little bit more effectively, because so far, at least G2, they're getting these initial kills for free most of the time. Yeah, as I said already like 2 rounds ago, like Karma Corp never has a hold at the end of the round where they are in a 5v5 situation, right? They get on site, 1 or 2 people die from them, they maybe get a plant down. They most of the time get a plant down, but in the end, still G2 in a numbers advantage, and afterwards they can just trade themselves out and clean up the site very, very strongly, very strongly. And I don't know if that will work out at some point. They probably need more utility to clear out angles. Going to a small tech pause here as well.
Ah, good old tech pauses.
We didn't have enough of that of those yesterday, right?
I think
Oh,
you
damn
had
it.
less than me, Patrick.
No. I don't know what you're talking about, Zach. I think you had a very clean match without any technical intervenience.
I want some of whatever that copium is, for real, for real. I need it for my rank games. No, but you know, compared to yesterday, today is like smooth sailing. It was like 3 seconds. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be good.
We take those. But timer still stopped.
I think there was a small update. Yeah, small update from production is that they're just rolling back 1 round because of some technical difficulties. So while they reset it up, yeah, you get to look at our pretty faces for a few more minutes. Lucky you guys. But so you know, everything else that's been going on in the game, 5 rounds in a row so far for G2. What do you think that KC can really do better here?
As I just said, they need to really clear out more angles and more parts of their utility. Like, it's just so rough to go. That Amy is in a smoke, just gets overrushed, and nobody clears her out in any way, right? The trigger discipline comes a long way, but not in that kind of style. Nightfall already coming through. Rescue is the Kate, but gets a frag onto Roxy. Already finds the opener on the Gecko. Spike is down. No more Dizzy available. No more flashes. No more wingman. You have to get on site, and that's more than just a hard feat to pull off with the form that G2 is not playing in. Sees into lamps. Petra already fought out, and rescues the opener. So impactful.
Oh my
Gets
god.
the second one onto Nilo as well. No more smokes.
It's insane how quickly these tracks came through, especially the second one. You know, Nilo just caught out in the open, no way to even be able to get that plant down, and a sliver of gap in the smoke. Rescue taking full advantage. Spike once again gonna be down in the open. Once Amy's smoke fades, Matrix gonna be caught out, and already it seems like Rescue has some awareness of it. Gets the 4th kill on the round, on track for the ace, and can you do anything, Glance? No, she can't. Rescue the ace for this round to get G2 6-0.
Rescue supremacy. What can I say? I don't know.
Turkish shame.
It's Turkish aim.
Turkish shame.
It's not only Turkish jets. It's Turkish race. It's
Turkish shame.
Turkish aim. We see that all across the board. And Rescue just pulls up G2. 5 frags, 1-1, 12-2 on a duelist in 6th round. 2 frags per round, and now eco frags, as you called it earlier, might come through. Operator in bathrooms. Another round like this would be detrimental. Matrix fully flashed, but Game Changer's Sheriff is coming through. Damage has been done. Petra has been killed. Economy by G2 is looking great, but that first frag at least enables KC to get on site, but Rescue and Vanya are there once again. Spike has been planted, but what is it worth when your whole team is falling apart once again? Roxy has a gun in her hand, but that's all you're getting. 2 players down for the side of Karma and Corp. The French squad's falling apart once again. Amy gets another one to unaware for the positioning of Mimi. Glance only can get a trade. It's 3 versus 1. The Spike is being defused, and Glance not really able to stop this one because Rescue, another frag. The Operator too strong. 7-0. KC falls apart, and G2 Esports shows why they are the best team in EMEA. Casey can only bring it back to a Brazil standing.
One enemy remaining.
They're still not on the board yet, and G2 just dominating this game right now, especially Rescue. You were talking about her 12 and 2, averaging 2 kills around, you know, very steady. Exactly what you want to be seeing from your duelist player. Once again, with the showstopper available online. Last time it was a double kill. Curious to see how many more will fall to not just her ult, but also her ult this time around. And now KC, tired of the A side, gonna be trying something else with their full buy here, looking to push into Hookah, where Mimi is the one positioned this time around. Boombot, unfortunately, not gonna be able to catch her out, and that smoke, despite the fate, the paranoia, perfect timing here, but Kuri with that op of her own is gonna be the one to find that first blood. Now the crunch from the TP, Matrix actually denying the kill for Petra, getting the second as well. 3 huge openings for KC, and now it's just Vanya and Rescue left. Vanya alone on B.
Finally, we have a game. Great opening from the side of Carmine Corp. Great start into the round. Finally finding an angle where they can play around with Kuripuya with an operator on their own. You already said it. Insta-frags, and finally there is a game on our hands. Vanya, is she able to find some damage? But the high-low setup is there. They're lining up, especially for her. Dizzy is coming through, Mosh as well, all the utility. Can't escape the Brazil standings. Nilo finds Vanya, and in the end it's only Rescue. She will save the gun. 7-1. As a German, I like that result. But I think Carmine Corp isn't really happy about this one. As I already said, operator will be saved. No 1v5. For the side of G2 Esports, for the side of G2 Esports Rescue. And Carmine Corp will be happy to save some guns and save some economy for the next round.
I think, yeah, Rescue gonna be happy to just hold on to this operator, but that kind of explosive round was what we really needed to see from KC there. Matrix finding not one, but both kills when Petra and Mimi tried to double crunch on her, really demonstrating what KC can do when things play out in their favor. A little bit hasty, perhaps, from G2 compared to the previous rounds they're playing. But I guess when you're 7-0, you can afford to try and take those kind of risks. Rescue now playing pragmatically, holding on to the operator. Of course, G2 still has money for days here. But KC, on the other hand, finally starting to build up a little bit of a bank. And of course, Kuri getting that operator, being able to catch out Amy there. Such a huge frag, I would say, that really started off the round.
Yeah, you already said. Also, like the operator for Kuripuya seems like a nice touch, a nice workaround against what G2 is trying to do to find some answers against those early aggressions, because we have seen this against many of the more contact-heavy teams that are trying to get more and more space. The offensive operator is very, very good against teams who tend to go aggressively, because you can hold angles where you're trying to fight against. You just saw the lobby has been closed. We are currently working on a small workaround of our technical problems. Please have some patience with us. Broadcast has just been back in 2 days, and yeah, sometimes you experience some problems, especially in online production. Everyone behind the scenes is working really hard to make this work again. Just give some love to them in the chat. As I said, really, really hardworking people up there at the lobby. We'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll be back for some entertaining and great Valorant.
Yeah, could also serve as a nice breather for both teams here, with KC, finally winning their first round. Might make it a little bit difficult, but it also cuts G2's momentum for sure. So makes a blessing on both of the sides. But yeah, like you said, some love for our production and for everybody at DivE who makes this broadcast possible. So yeah, thank you guys. Yes, stay hydrated. Where is my water bottle? I swear I had it here somewhere. Oh yes, stay hydrated, everyone. I actually drink a lot of water, as you can see. I'm just lazy to fill up a small bottle and having to go downstairs between games. So I just keep a big bottle. That's the trade secret. So everybody knows now.
Yeah, you already said it. It's the big secret. As I already said, there's a small tech pause coming through. We'll be back in a few minutes. But let's talk a little bit about what just happened and why Carmine Corp finally got around. We already talked about the aggression G2 has, about the momentum that they're trying to build, finding early frags, finding early angles to separate the players of Carmine Corp. Now they had a very combined force fighting towards Hookah, catch out some players who want to get early rotations, get those early frags. especially with the attacker set operator. Some of those things worked out really, really good. But what can G2 learn from this? Will they really change up their playstyle and be a little bit more defensive and restricted towards this, or will we see like the same G2 that fought off everything until we see now?
I think they tried to make a play, and I mean, for 7 rounds it was working. The 8th round it didn't work. I think that was mainly because Matrix was able to absolutely pop off. She took both of those duels and won both of them out. So I think that also the timing on the TP was a little bit awkward. Mimi wasn't able to get there immediately in time to be able to trade. It was more of a second peak that Matrix took advantage of. So yeah, very minor mistakes. I think that G2 more than ready to adapt quickly and fix them. I think they might play a little bit more patiently, or God knows, it's G2. They might even just full set it through. But that round, it was kind of what KC really needed, because when you're having such a rough start, you need to start winning somewhere. And I think being able to not just win it, but almost win it flawlessly, keeping all 5 of their players alive, like, it's good for their eco. They get to charge up some ultimates, and more importantly, it's got to be a big confidence boost. Like, all right, we can do this. We can get this started. And I think KC just kind of needed like a dose of that. Like in a lot of other games, they've looked really, really strong for sure. In their first game, of course, 2-0, very clean game coming out of the whole team there. And I think they just need a little bit more of a reminder of what they can do, and not just be completely intimidated by G2, because it's G2.
To be pretty. What are they? Okay. I'm just, sometimes our observers are showing us things.
I was like, are there 2 geckos?
Were there two geckos dancing? Gecko is an interesting agent with interesting animations.
The official Valorant Spain page actually put out like a Twitter video on how to do the twerking thing with Dizzy and Wingman.
They did?
They did, like, literally, they did it on Twitter and Instagram, if I remember correctly. They made like a whole reel for this bro. They were like, how to twerk in Valorant, and they had like, step 1, pull out Dizzy, step 2, do this. So, if anyone's interested, yeah, you can check out the page there. But they, if Valorant promotes it, it should be done.
Yeah.
Vamos Gecko.
Yeah, but where were we? I lost my point. But we saw this in the series against Alternate Attacks yesterday, right? Where Alternate Attacks tried to kind of mix up their utility usage on attack and ran into G2's traps over and over again. Then G2 were in the one round very, very centered on side defenses and catching Alternate Attacks on their executes. And in the next round, they were just giving them a free pass on side. And Attacks couldn't really keep up with that and threw out all their utility on empty sides when G2 wasn't there, or didn't really clear out angles when G2 had a holding on the sides, and that was a big problem for them. So I imagine G2 has more than one angle to play this defensive area. Obviously, they are the best team in EMEA. But they kind of need to refigure it out once again. I just heard from our production that we're gonna have a small break, if I've heard this one correctly, and we will be back in a few seconds. Just pick up some more water, pick up some popcorn, because the game will be back and will be the same level of entertainment. Hello everyone and welcome back after the tech pause. You know, for me personally, there is a great legacy with 7-1 and I like seeing it a lot. But, you know, we don't want to start it off too long. And in the end, we are happy to be back. We will be back into the game in a few seconds. Just do me a favor, okay, chat? Do me a favor? Can we do that? Just ignore the HUD, okay? Just do me that one particular favor. I know I'm not asking a lot of you. That one particular favor, okay? Because we might have some... we go back into the game, but there might be some things wrong with that. We don't know what yet, but we have been told that there might be something wrong. So just ignore that. But we will be back in a few seconds.
Patrick really channeling his inner pansy there, but yes, here we go. Finally, gonna be back in game. So yeah, they're just gonna make the whole HUD, disappear for a bit. It's okay. We know who we're casting. Casey's still on the attack here, and here they go, looking to do a little bit. Yeah, just ignore that. Everybody has guns, as you can see.
Ignore it.
Ignore the HUD. Yeah, just listen to us. It's gonna be like a ASMR experience. I don't know, but Casey looking to once again push towards this B site, tries to do a little bit of damage. Vanya towards long, smokes out the operator's presence, and immediately chooses to TP back, opting to play a little bit more backwards, a little bit more safely. Matrix still with the showstopper in hand, probably just waiting for this Brimstone to smoke. G2 though, they've still got a couple of players on the site, but EMEA has fallen black, so they've got a 5v2 if they choose to push right now. It's all gonna come down to timing here. Noise has been fully cut, and I think it does seem like KC are looking to push towards B. How much can Mimi find here from this corner? She's also falling back, and it's just gonna be Vanya alone.
I like the noise cancel Matrix. Party is there. Just to get a second round. A lot of pressure with the showstopper, a lot of space taken, but G2 is just happy to oblige with this one. This gives Carmine Corp the side, just flooding it in a 5v5 retake situation, all in CT. In the moment where this one wave fades, G2, which is pushed onto the side, but world has been divided for the side of Carmine Corp. Another showstopper has been taken. Rescue is there. Finds some contact. Amy gets the first strike into Matrix. One of two duelist players already fallen down. G2 needs to push long, but Roxy with knife and gets a double kill in the end. Also Nilo finds the damage onto Petra. The spike is ticking down. Triple kill for Amy. Kuripuya finds another damage. Mimi falls down as well. And that's a second round for Carmine Corp, coming back strong after a long tech pause.
They invested a lot to be able to win that one. Both that Cosmic Divide as well as the Viper's Pit gonna be used there. But like you said, really great round. A bit awkward. Roxy caught with the utility in hand, but thankfully G2 don't notice her. And she's able to strike back with the kill. You just can't ignore Roxy there. And the rest of the squad as well, able to counter with a couple of kills of their own. G2 on the retake, a little more sloppy than we're used to seeing. But KC with great positioning and being able to play off each other. They're just getting those trades and keeping each other alive. Again, gonna do wonders for the economy. Now, a lot of utility already gonna be dumped here towards long to try and trigger off the op angle. It is gonna indeed succeed in pushing Rescue back. Still got Petra, though, again playing on this ledge. We've seen the kind of damage that her teammates were able to do before from this very position. And Major just waiting for a possible push here.
By the way, it's kinda easy to ignore the HUD if there is none. Sorry for the technical problems. We are working on it. Right in our bags. Roxy has the fresh available. Has it in hand and the damage for rescue. It's there. The timing is perfect. What a great paranoia from the side of Vanya. Playing incredibly together, Vanya. With another kill, great fresh from Petra. Rescue gets a trade into her. Kuripuya falls down, and with that, it's only down to Glance. And Nilo.
Oh, the timing
has been spotted. Rescue with the operator in hand, just waits for the contact. Last player has been known. Glance falls down. Vanya gets the last frag, and with that, K-Corp 6 rounds behind again. Second, round number 8 for G2. Rescue, what a timing, what a flash from Vanya.
Beautiful paranoia, yeah. Just setting up the whole team for success and really denying any kind of value to come off of that Fade utility, unfortunately. I think for G2, I mean, that round was kind of adapted for what KC would like to do, being able to, try to pull whoever's on the ledge off with the help of that Astra Star, as well as take control of Hookah and Long. But, G2's second wave of defense is another formation. They just weren't able to break it. And again, they're looking to go towards B. Rescue with the off angle, already able to get that first kill. Dizzy connects with the paranoia, is countering, and it's perfect, the thrash. But unfortunately, Vanya not able to get the kill. Petra at least gets her refrag. And Mimi, again with the TP play, this time around working out so much better. Spike actually possibly in control here for the G2 side. KC, they're gonna have to scale back up, and Nilo gets spotted as well. 1 minute left on the clock. They're gonna be able to get the Spike back, but again, it's a 2v4 situation.
So much pressure that this TP play just asserted. For Nilo and Kuripuya, both smokers alive. But the damage will be big. Shooting the wingman with that there, known. Amy comes from the back. Kuripuya all on her own now. Amy finds the double kill. Both players fall into her hands. Round number 9 for G2 Esports. In a position where they can make double digits before the halftime. And K-Corp, that's not how they have imagined this game. Find for the first time this year. And G2 just shows their supremacy. Just shows how good of a team they are. 2 rounds of hope for Carmine Corp. Just squished in a second.
Bit rough there, but I mean, they've still got a chance here. If they can get to like 9-3, could be something worth fighting for, but it's looking really rough right now. They've still got the economy, thankfully. Haunt's gonna actually be broken, so no idea of how many players are towards the showers. The operator, though, that's gonna break the Prowler, so Glance immediately backs away, knowing that that's not a fight we're taking, especially with that secondary player there as well. She heard both the rifle and the op, so yeah, the rest of the team slowly but surely scaling up towards B long. Jump peek by Roxy, giving away the sound, triggering Amy to be able to put down the smoke here. And Amy still looking to play a very conservative position towards elbow, just holding on to the site, holding on to elbow while the rest of the team rotates in. Already Mimi and Petra are here to join the party now. Looking at the ultimates, Roxy has the thrash. Amy does have the orbital strike back a second time to be able to deny a plant or something. So they're gonna have to be very careful about the timing here.
They have a TP play available, but Rescue's positioning so good. G2 plays perfectly around their strengths, plays perfectly with their patience. 2 ultimates committed right now. Fresh and Nightfall going through. A lot of space has been cleared, but no damage has been found. G2 just plays it so backwards. Wants to find a retake. Spike has been planted, but Mimi and Amy are there already. Push into elbow, denied. Amy, another double kill. Kuripuya just aims off long, but the timing doesn't work out. But the frag onto Vanya. Great position, great reaction time from Kuripuya, but she's all on her own now. Finds another one, but this will be enough. Triple kill for Amy. And the controller of G2 just too strong. Double digits at halftime. V2 Esports shows once again why they are the best team in the EMEA right now. Wants to make playoffs even before anyone else.
Certainly on the road to it. And I mean, this play, like both Amy and Mimi able to win out their 1v1s respectively. They're just right there, I would say. It was a game that was basically almost lost, a round that was almost lost for KC at that precipice. Just nothing that you can really do once you lose 2 of your players so early on. And you also cut down on your post-plant options available. So things looking a little bit dire for KC. Like you said, a map that was a relative unknown last year, so this whole year. And, you know, maybe they thought they would try to take G2 by surprise. They had some strats cooked up, but I think unless they have something extraordinary to show on this defensive side, it's going to be very difficult. Saving grace is that their comp does tend to be a little bit more defensive. I think both the Astra as well as the Viper are really good in that regard. And already you can see that smoke coming down, orb coming down towards short. But G2, they're all scaling up through hookah with the exception of Vanya.
Will be a fast push from inside of G2. Rescue. Double satchel into backside. Kuripuya has been seen. Has been spotted there. Here's the stab inside Rescue. No regrets. All the damage on time in the world. Missed the shots onto Nilo. But so much space created. And the first blood as well. Once again, a rescue play by the young Turkish aimer. And with that, G2 has the spike down. Has all the time in the world. What will K-Corp do? Wingman spots them in the backside. Horn destroyed. Petra in a great position.
The paranoia.
The paranoia. All of them are scared. Scared out of elbow. Nilo and Glance can get a refract, and it's only down to Mimi. Finds the headshot. Can she find the second one as well? No. Glance stops the onslaught. And the retake is perfectly. Carmine Corp finds another pistol.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
It was too close for comfort there, but it's a pistol. It's a lifeline here for KC. And, you know, while we work on the fixing that HUD, you're going to get to see us again. So lucky you guys. But talking about that pistol there, Patrick, I think, you know, Nello in particular, just hugely impactful, being able to take out Rescue, make Kuripuya's trade immediately, and just throughout that duration of the round, going in, getting those elbow trades after that paranoia from Vanya, and overall just being able to get those impact frags to get back onto side. Glance closing it out, of course. But yeah, I think that after that round, all right, I think things look a little bit fixed here, I would say. After that round, KC, they've got to be feeling better about themselves. But the danger is G2 got the plants, so this could be a force play.
Yeah, at least we have stats right now. Small mix-up of the overlay. They are hugely important round for Carmine Corp. They need to get this one back. Weapon advantage should be on their side. G2 just will push on too long. Roxy has been spotted, has been hurt. But Curry and her on side will be hard to take for G2, especially with the smaller weapons. Also very intelligent positioning, just forcing them into long-range fights.
Oh,
but
no.
Dizzy and the flash is coming through. Rescue gets the frags, but another flash Goes through so perfectly. Glance and Roxy, the former G2 players, in a great crossfire, stopping the onslaught. Matrix needs to find another fight. It's only one person up, but good start for Carmine Corp.
Oh, you see Amy trying to find something, anything with the help of the smoke, but the classic right click not gonna work out this time around. Vania's Paranoia this time doesn't get the triple connect, so it's just gonna be easy cleanup for the remainder of this KC squad. In fact, they're gonna be able to win out this bonus round in a very, very anti-Coron, very convincing manner, keeping all of their guns here. Gonna be able to retrieve it as well. So yeah, 4 players left alive. Bonus gonna be looking decently substantial, I would say. And Glance really charging up that Nightfall. A couple of more kills, or an Ultra Rover 2, and that's gonna be an ult that's ready to go with the Guardian as well on this bonus round. Could be a genuine threat with the kind of shots that Glance and Roxy have been hitting these last couple rounds.
Half the shots in the last couple of rounds. There might be a sign of life for Carmine Corp, but it's a far stretch. It's, we always talk about the uphill battles. At some point, you're fighting a Mount Everest, and it looks like that's the case for Carmine Corp. Basically, needs to find the bonus round right here. Smokes are going up, just stopping G2 in their initial onslaught. No damage has been found, no contact between those two teams. But a lot of space taken on the B side.
B side A as well. Showers is completely in control of G2 right now. Vania having cleared up all the way until that entrance to site. So there's multiple avenues that G2 could go to. Even if this B hit doesn't work out and there's a quick rotation coming in from the remainder of KC, they could just TP over because Vania has this early control. That said, though, Matrix and Glance gonna be going on a fishing expedition of their own. What can they find? Matrix gets shut down by Vania already, and now Kuri, only a sheriff in hand, tries to do what she can here, but unfortunately the weaponry just not in her favor. Vania still lurking towards Showers, claims her second victim, and now that's gonna be the push onto this A site. Noise made towards B, but the spike committed towards A, and no lurk either necessary on this B side because everybody who's left, they have to rotate all the way here. Two players versus 5 on G2, and looking at the weaponry that they have, I mean, Guardians and Bulldogs are nice, but not against 5 G2 players with rifles.
Yeah, but you need to get at least 1 or 2 frags out. Like, you can't let G2 snowball their economy like this. Flawless round would be a little bit devastating for Carmine Corp. Had 2 good rounds in a row. Especially those pistol rounds were impressive, but no frag found. Rescue, too steady. And once again, one of the best players, if not the best player in the EMEA circuit, strikes down Carmine Corp. 2 rounds to go for G2 Golden to find their first map win today. To go on match point already.
There.
Just 2 rounds standing between them and their map pick, I would say, of Abyss. And remember, this is KC's pick, and I mean, we haven't really seen KC play Abyss at all, so it's another question mark whether they've prepared for it, whether it's a map they're comfy on. They didn't let it go through the veto, so hopefully they have something cooking there. But G2, I mean, you can't let a team like this get this kind of momentum. KC, they're gonna have to fight back. If not win their own map, at least make it a little bit close, because if it is going to be a 13-5, 13-4, kind of the number we're used to seeing from G2 most of the time, it's going to be very difficult. Crash not going to be able to catch anything, unfortunately, and Vania, despite the concussion, still looking to stay inside side. Beautiful satchel entry from Rescue, being able to catch out Kuri once again. However, Glance and Nello, they go huge here, get these trades. Petra, though, with the help of the Nightfall, able to just get on top and take advantage, takes out Glance as well, and unfortunately, the Nightfall hasn't even managed to push these G2 players back too much. It is a 3v2, all up to Matrix as well as Roxy. What can they really do here? They have Wingman available for a possible defuse attempt. Roxy finds that first kill, but the immediate refrag response is there from Mimi and Petra. G2, you said, Patrick, here it is for them. Match points on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, see, map point for G2 esports and in dominant fashion. I don't feel like that's how Carmine Corp wanted this map to go. They cooked something up for this, wanted to show something new, and it goes completely the other way. G2 just in complete control, running all over them. And it's gonna be a hard pill to swallow for the side of the French team. Best player is Glance with 11 frags. On the other side, Rescue has over the double of those kills. Potential ultimate on the way. Quickly has been spotted.
Oh
Rescue
my.
has been taken out, but Amy just too steady. Can refrag too. Even numbers once again. G2 at least tries themselves out. A good idea by K-Corp.
I got the
Just
spike.
mixing something up, playing a tad more aggressive compared to the last few rounds, but it isn't enough to get a convincing lead.
Still 3-3, and I mean KC, they've got 2 players towards the A site where G2 look like they want to go right now, so they've got a pretty decent chance of stopping them in their tracks. But yeah, 3 versus 3 situation. Glance already using her haunts here, might be caught out of position because of that result, but shots being fired, gonna let Nello put up that poison orb, try and deny some space at the very least here. That's said though, G2, they're just gonna take the TP. They know there's at least 2 players here. They heard the haunt, they saw the Viper utility and the Viper possibly themselves, so now looking to rotate onto B here, where there's nobody at home, unfortunately. Roxy only the one in elbow, and oh, her Thrash stop early on here. Beautiful Molly to come through and deny the Thrash from getting that stun, that info. That could change the duration of the round here. Already post-plant positions in play for G2. Vanya with the Paranoia ready towards elbow. Smoke coming down first here. Roxy able to retrieve the Thrash, but it's gonna need 10 seconds before it really comes back into play. They're gonna be able to push out the position towards Hookah, but they haven't gotten to sight yet. And G2, they're buying so much time on the clock. Here comes Thrash for a second. Rodeo, they already get it broken down. Vanya gets taken down here. 3-2 situation, numbers in favor of KC, but the clock is ticking. And Mimi, she hasn't been checked yet. She gets 2, and Petra does the job. It's gonna be 13-4 for G2 on map number 1 here. They take Vine so convincingly, so strongly here, and that final round as well, right? Again, 2 versus 3. KC have the advantage with G2. They just look so clean.
Yeah, Mimi and Petra just too clean there. The 2 best friends just closing out the round against their former teammates. Bind falls into the hands of G2 Esports, 13-4. And this must be painful. It was the pick of Carmine Corp. It was a far swing to pick a map that you haven't played all year, but it didn't work out in any way for the side of the French squad. And in the end, G2 just reigns supreme. Another map win, and like, this looked so convincing from their side yesterday. I don't really think that Carmine Corp can challenge them there, but maybe they're proving me wrong, and I'm gonna cast this curse all of this right now. And with that said, we might be going into a small break between those 2 maps, and we'll be back in a few minutes to watch Carmine Corp vs G2 map number 2, hopefully with less tech issues this time. Yeah, sometimes you can't really control things, but much love to our production in the background, fixing all of this. See you in a minute, and goodbye. And with that said, welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is still Akamask, and next to me is still the glorious, beautiful, and amazing Zach. And we are back with Carmine Corp versus G2 Esports Gozen. First game was a banger, even though we had some tech pauses, but in the end, G2 won 13-4. And Carmine Corp
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. So yeah, I think like you said, losing your own map pick this bad, it's gonna be really rough. I also think I think our voices are back, but yeah, okay. I don't know if my voice was gone, but anyway, back to what I was saying. I was saying Bind was 13-4, very dominant for G2 on KC's map pick. And I mean, KC, they had like these moments of brilliance where they were able to pull the rounds together thanks to individual heroics. Like Matrix popped off one particular round. One was like one or two were like a team effort. But yeah, I think Abyss, now G2's pick, we already saw glimmers of what they could do yesterday. I think you're back. Yes. Hello. Anyway, while we work on fixing Akamask's mic, you guys get to listen to me. So yeah, like we were talking about G2 yesterday, they did showcase what they could do on this particular map pick. I think that on Abyss so far, they were able to find like a 13-4 victory against Alternate Attacks Ruby.
Yes,
it was a very convincing win for them. And I mean, sure, Alternate Attacks, this is their first time coming in. And I think it was a little bit of a newer team, so hopefully KC, they've done some prep work on this map because it's the newest map here, so nobody really knows how these teams are going to be playing it right now. I think though that Patrick is back. Hello there.
I'm back. Yeah, it was my bad. Sometimes sometimes you touch your microphone and your microphone then says like, I'm not gonna be.
I'm out of here.
Bye, I'm out of here. It's just like the peace guy meme with out of here and it just vanishes, you know? But yeah, we are back, and you already said that G2 had a convincing map against Alternate Attacks on Abyss yesterday. They were playing amazing Valorant. They played Euro and Astra comp there, and I really love to have it back again here. I think they won't make any major changes because it was just such a convincing win against Alternate. Especially with the Harbor. I love Harbor on Abyss. I think it's a great agent pickup there, especially if we want to run a double controller setup, and it's the same comp as we saw last time. On the other side, it's Carmine Corp with kind of the standard comp that teams want to run here. It's, you know, the Alter Sand God comp. just with the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. It's a good comp for the map, but I feel like some more experimental stuff will at some point just push it out of the meta for a bit, right? It's still a solid comp, but other comps are just, for my liking, a little tad better, and the one of G2 fits the map a bit more, especially with the double controller setup of Astra and on Tabor. Harbor has some really nice wall setups, and also the spots are really great for his ultimate. So I kind of think the G2 comp fits better for Abyss, but K-Corp certainly has tools to play around.
I think in terms of the duelist, yeah, it kind of like depends on what you'd like to do. Like Matrix, of course, very clean cut, Jet, very comfortable on that particular agent. So excited to see that coming into play. But Rescue, we saw what she could do with the Yoru yesterday, and it was pretty scary, I gotta say. So I think the duelist could work for either side. But like you said, I think G2 just has a little bit more utility. They've got the shocks to deal with the tripwires, thanks to Petra picking up that Sova. They've got Mimi as well to be able to shut down mid possibly with that Killjoy or Anchor's sight. It's up to her really how she wants to play it. And that double controller setup, like we saw how that Harbor could really be leveraged yesterday. And I think G2 are going to continue consistently throwing up these walls and these smokes in the face of the KC players who are trying to get in. So KC, I hope they have their attack plans ready. But, you know, one thing that I am happy about is seeing Roxy back on the Cypher. So, you know, obviously, I think Roxy on Cypher is my favorite agent to watch her on. I think slightly more than the Killjoy these days. I used to think Roxy on Killjoy was like really, really good, but Roxy on Cypher is also insane.
It also feels like Cypher is the better agent currently, right?
No, don't say that to me. I don't want to hear that. Let me have my delusions. Let me have my delusions.
I mean, Killjoy has maps where it's better, especially when you can play around with the ultimate a lot. I think once Fracture is back into the map pool, Killjoy will have a reasonable argument, but currently the map pool just fits Cypher a lot better. And it won't get better once Split is back, because their Cypher is kind of the default as well. I just think, yeah, the trips currently are just better than the Killjoy ones, the Killjoy utility, in my opinion, even though to me the turret is basically, you know, the best information tool in the whole game. But it seems like G2, we don't care really about information, we just want to have a fast execute. Matrix already finds Rescue. Good frag from her side, and Amy falls off the map.
No.
Oh my god, Nilo fell off the map, and the frag falls to Vanya. Glance can at least try to call it out, but the fall of the map just so devastating for the side of Carmine Corp. Roxy on 13 HP as well. It all comes down to Koripuya and Glance at this point. Off on high HP, but what can they do? Glance, nice shot! Triple kill already by the XG2 player, and Mimi on the lurk. See, it's spotted by Koripuya. Can I get another frag? Roxy is low. Timmy might find a frag here. Especially with Mimi lurking around. Oh, she heard some steps from Roxy, but the timing is good.
Nice.
Roxy gets the last frag. Last laugh falls to Carmine Corp, and they win a pistol round.
Roxy and Glance, the last two standing, the exact two you want in that kind of situation. And KC, they start off strong with that pistol round. And look at this buy here. They are fully investing. They're going all in on this round. 2 rifles, as well as the Guardian. Okay, they're second thinking it a little bit, you know, just in case somebody dies, they want to be able to pick up those guns. But yeah, everybody on light armor. So these classics from G2 could really do some damage if they're in the right position. And it seems like they are going in for that ace stack. All of them, in fact, just ganged up here. So this 0 point might get all this information very early on.
That buy?
Never mind.
Wants you to get a full buy basically in round 3. You need to do it more or less flawlessly. But if you win this round flawless, will have basically a full buy next round. Amy finds Matrix.
Oh my god.
And Rescue as well. The weapons fall into the hands of G2. 2 big rifles gone. You have a Guardian and a Vandal now. To say it, you know, reminds me of Die Hard. Ha ha ha! I have a machine gun now. And Rescue is just laughing in their faces. Roxy also has a good angle.
Before though, I mean, Roxy on this lurk might be peeking into multiple players, still able to get the kill and get away in time. Good shot, and Roxy spotting out 2 more players at least, looking to fall back and hold down the site here for the remainder. Actually gonna hold it to CT and try to catch more people on the rotation. Camera actually going to get the info that they've already crossed here, but
Roxy.
timing again, 3v3 situation. Roxy in the corner
They're
on
not
the
aware.
lurk. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know at all. Two players still onto site though. And I mean, Roxy's timing has to be perfect here. They've still got the Vandal in Rescue's hands as well. So things looking a little bit dicey. Curry hears the jumping. Might be time for Roxy to come in soon here. And the timing on the peak, Curry gets the first kill. Looking for the second, but Rescue with the Vandal just too strong. And now Roxy's lurk. It might be the saving grace for this team because they're caught on both sides. Lance with the rifle as well, able to do that first. But Roxy's lurk, we talked about it, and she gets 3 on the round. Picks up the rifle as well for good measure. And KC, it could have been very, very bad, but they're able to carry both of these rifles forward, which is what they mainly needed while winning the round as well.
They needed that important lurk from the side of Roxy. Finds the kill, now it's a full buy. That's what I've called, right? You wanna aim for a full buy versus full buy round on the third round. That's why you're ecoing like that, but I don't really see a world where you sustain this one right now. You need to win round 3. There is no way around this. Oh, the transfer from Roxy, by the way, incredibly clutch. Nilo has a sheriff on her side, just saving grace if you lose this round.
Revealing area.
4 Vandals in the hands of Carmine Corp. Really pushing for the round number 3. Amy gets some smokes down. And Mimi dies to... Mimi gets back out to glance with just a nano swarm. Don't know how this one happened, but some uncoordinated plays on the side of Carmine Corp. Easy frags for G2. 1 by falling off the map. Another one by a nano swarm, and the retake will come through.
Here we go. Already looking to take some advantage. Beautiful flash from Nello, but unable to capitalize on it. 2 kills for G2. And Curry left with 5 HP can really do nothing. Roxy again on the flank this time around here. But, you know, a 1v4. Spike not exactly planted for her either. Looking for some exit frag. Gets the first one. Gets the second as well. But Petra just gotta be able to defuse the spike safely under the cove. And Roxy forced to walk away with this Vandal. Small benefit at least. But for the rest of the team, I mean, they got the spike plant, so they should be able to put together another buy here. But like you said, that wasn't really a bonus round. That was 4 rifles on board.
Yeah, that comes down to the first round buy. I saw this for the first time when Valiant did it in Ascension, where they were like doing this after every one pistol round against CGN, and it's just, you know, incredibly efficient in bringing you into round number 3, but you kind of have to win it, otherwise your eco doesn't snowball. Right now, because Roxy saved her gun, you're in a situation where you have another buy. And also because Nilo only had a sheriff on that last round. Matrix, aggressive push towards main.
Oh, the damage
Mimi
shot
gets
again.
another frag once again. The nano swarm's coming through.
Here.
The damage too strong. Carmine Corp not able to clear out this utility and having such huge problems with the Killjoy setup on one side. Rotating
really
into
on
the A
mid.
side.
Yeah, they're gonna rotate, and I mean, there's nobody on mid to get the information, but I mean, with all that noise being cut, I think G2 know that A is where this push does seem to be rerouting to 4v5, but 3 players on site right now from G2, including the Harbor here. Hunter's Fury gonna be popped as well to try and create some zoning, some kind of space, but it's gonna be actually Curry Puya to get the first kill. Vanya immediately there on the trade, buys the space for that spike plant to come through, and Vanya still looking to stay alive, prevents anybody from coming to that backside, catches Nello on top of everything else. Now again, a 2v4 situation. It's gonna be a lot of heavy lifting for Glance and Roxy. Now just Glance left alive, 45 HP and a dream. What can you really do here? The Cove as well, try and deny the defuse, and Vanya still trying to gonna be able to just stick it, in fact, and the flank already here. Final nail in the coffin. Mimi takes care of Glance, and it will be 2 rounds for G2 once their buy comes in. And KC's economy, well, looking a bit rough.
Should have been broken now. Only Roxy with a Hero Vandal.
This goes here.
Everybody else on Game Changers sheriffs. It looks a little bit rough for Carmine Corp after that one pistol. G2 just too intelligent with their map movement. As I just said, sheriffs across the board. It's gonna be a hard one.
mean, it's sheriffs and it's game changers, so I feel like this is the one time you can never count eco rounds out. But yeah, definitely gonna be rough. They're already Rescue making a bit more of an aggressive play here, looking to go forward, find these kills, gets the first, but Matrix gets a trade. Vanya though on mid, able to charge up her ultimate, the Reckoning ready to go for the Harbor. And the problem here is look where the spike is dropped. It's all the way in mid, and Kuripuya gonna be the one to try and retrieve it. I don't think there's a gun that she can very easily pick up either. There is rescues, but it might have fallen off the ledge if I'm not wrong.
Here.
And might Roxy spotted Vanya. But doesn't
Oh
find
my
the
God.
angle. Doesn't find the aim correctly. Glance. At least with a trade on Amy, but it's still looking dire for the side of Carmine Corp. They might be able to bring that spike down, but protecting it will be hard. Underman situation, Kuripuya and Lance against 3 players of G2 Esports. Mimi and Petra still alive. You can recover a weapon at least. At least there's a Vandal in the hands of Glance. Oh, all on her own. But the spike is planted for her. The spike is planted for Danger. It's a perfect plan positioning,
Oh
but
my
Petra
God.
through the smoke. No regrets.
Thanks.
And the lead for G2 Esports.
You failed.
A side we have always seen. And in the end, G2 is back. Carmine Corp wins pistol. G2 wins everything afterwards.
Yeah, this might just end up being a repeat of Vines if KC aren't careful. But I mean, this timing on Vanya, like really being able to, you know, keep track of the players seen on the map, knowing that Roxy is on that side for a very lurky player. Just the timing on that peak there, even though Roxy did spot her beforehand, really well played by G2. And now look at the ultimates here. Even though KC, they've got a buy, they've got the neural depth on Roxy, but that counters up against 4 ultimates on the opposite side, 3 of which are wide area ults. Like you've got the Reckoning, you got the Cosmic Divide, and Rescue actually taking out a fishing expedition, spots out multiple players, and now forced TP back here. But the drone gonna be denied any information, so that's at least a point in their favor. It does seem like G2 though on site are ready to take the fights here, looking to already brawl through 1-for-1 trade. Amy goes down, but Matrix able to avenge Glance there, and the rest of the squad looking to fall back. But look at Mimi on mid.
The timing, but
Great
Roxy
kill.
gets the frick. Roxy aims it. Takes out her old teammate. Mimi down, and Nilo
I
to
know
slide
exactly
overside.
where you are.
Also drops out. Neural Theft loading up now. He said there's only Petra on that A side. The rotations from G2 are coming through. Are tracked by the ultimate. Spike plant will go through, but the post plans of KC left much to be desired. Up until now. Petra's positioning is great. We'll find Roxy right now. Aim is also perfect. Roxy dead. Matrix blocked by the Euro ultimate. Gets out of it now.
Oh,
The Reckoning
beautiful.
comes through as well, but Matrix aim. Absolute supremacy from her side. Triple kill for Petra right now.
Enemy remaining.
Kuripuya all on her own, and Petra closes the
Oh my
round with
God.
a quadra kill. 4 kills for round number 4. G2 is up to.
It is over.
Really nice try there by KC. I mean, G2 won it in the end with Petra just able to find that second kill to Kuri as well. Kuri was able to bring it down to a 1v1. Remember, this started off in such a rough spot for KC here, but they were able to bring it back, especially with Roxy finding that kill onto Mimi. Neural Theft as well, getting them the space to plant on the side, but Petra just so ready for the peak, for the kill, before even touching that defuse. And I mean, the one good thing for KC is that they managed to bait out both the Reckoning as well as the Euro Ultimate for that information. It was a nice try by Matrix as well, being able to navigate both the Reckoning as well as deny Rescue that kill onto site. It was a nice try by KC, but yeah, in the end, just a little bit short of being able to convert the full round. Once again, Eco gonna be able to scrape together another buy, charging up the ultimates. One ultra that will give Nilo the null command, might be able to push through Mimi's utility on this B side that they've struggled so much with in the past.
Yeah, you said as much. Both ultimates from Vanya and Rescue are out. No Dimensional Drift, no Reckoning for the next rounds, but on the other side, there's a Lockdown, there's a Hunter's Fury, there's a World Divided. So 3 high-impact ultimates coming up for the round right after the timeout. Carmine Corp able to find some economy stabilization by using the Knives of Matrix, but is it enough? Do they have the options to get on site? They're not using the knives right now. I'm gonna go for a Vandal on Matrix. All small shields, which should be fine. No Outlaws in play. Can Carmine Corp drop it? Spikes getting planted every single round. The retakes from G2's side are just too strong. Rescue misses her first shot.
Here.
Not the best of starts, but at least you have the information on Matrix right now.
Blocking sight.
As we already said, the G2 retakes are looking so clean. They're just letting K-Corp come on site. Giving them all the space and time in the world. And the retakes and the floods are just too clean.
Mid gonna be re-cleared now though, so G2 gotta note that they still hold mid. Matrix could have gone in through the broken door there, but I mean, once they spot her again, they're gonna know for sure. All right, there's a rotation. Turret already gonna be giving away that presence towards this B side, and yeah, once Matrix, I think once somebody sees her, they're gonna know that this is a full-on assault towards this B side. Spike position here as well. Roxy gonna be the sole lurker left here, and with this recon recharging, that is gonna be the cue for KC to possibly try to explode on the site. The problem is there's still 3 members of G2 lying in wait. Matrix already with the help of that shock start breaking the Killjoy utility, gonna be able to get quite far ahead. Amy now on site, caught mid Astra util, and that will be the opening that KC really need to get themselves onto the map here. A possible second kill to come through as well. Matrix spots the player, but Petra immediately gonna fall back and use that Hunter's Fury to try and push the planter off the point. Gets the tag as well onto Nello, but here comes the Null Command with the help of that plant. The KO ultimate is unlocked here and will deny this ultimate for Mimi to come through, so it gives KC all the time in the world to set up this post plant in this 4v5.
4v5 post-line situation. It might be finally time for Carmine Corp to defend their side. Next ultimate taken by G2, but Lance and Matrix are there for the taking. Are there with the timings. They're peeking into Vanya and Mimi. And now it's 3 people up. You can't lose this, Carmine Corp. If you want to fail as G2, if you want to challenge them, you can't really lose that. Darthus Fury missed the first shot, but Lance in the end gets it. For a second, I thought it would be a defuse. That was way too close for comfort. If they're reviewing this footage, you can't get this close to losing the round.
If Lance did not have the Hunter's Fury, that would have been an impossible round. But yeah, she was able to find, and she got it from finding a kill to someone towards top site as well. If Lance hadn't been able to find that kill, it would have been such an incredible win for G2. But yeah, unfortunately for Vania, despite having all the tools to clutch Hunter's Fury, gonna be that final nail in the coffin. And KC, they get their 3rd round on the board. Gotta give them a little bit more confidence now, I think. And they're looking to once again go for what worked in that previous round, push towards mid, cause a little bit of conditioning, but this time the adaptation from G2, it's here. Petra, the sliver angle, is ready to tap whoever does peek through. Matrix has to be so careful about this if they're looking to cross it. But KC, aware of the danger, I think they heard the door breaking at the beginning of the round, and they don't want to really go past it without, unless they don't have a choice there. Look at this as well towards the A main of the site. Yoru already positioned up so aggressively here. Rescue ready to flash and peek maybe.
A bit of a mix-up, don't want to give Carmine Corp that much space in the middle, but look at Roxy's lurk. She's through once again, but Rescue's positioning might be what pushes this round around. Petra only a trade because Rescue falls to the hands of Roxy. She's back into the CT angle, but Amy finds her, catches her out. Not all the awareness in the world. The shock dart is good. From the side of Petra as well, Glance needs to push back into the main area. Backside has been held by Nilo. She will face into 2 barrels in a few seconds. Can K-Corp make this one happen? The World Divided also comes out.
They have to play on site. KC, I mean, they've got Nello towards backside, able to get the first one, but still a 1-for-1 trade. Kuri makes it into a 1-for-1 at the end. 2 kills for her, and now Mimi on the flank. Cosmic Divide hiding the noise so far. Kuri doesn't know the position, but here comes the tap. That's going to be the sound cue, and Kuri on the wraparound here knows might have to get that. She's on top, but yeah, timing. Mimi's still able to get the kill, but there's no time for the defuse here, and it's going to be another round confirmed here for KC. Kuri, in the end, making the difference. The IGL able to get another round for KC on the board, and we tied things up here.
Yeah, good movement from Kuripuya in that situation. Just out moving Mimi, who on top doesn't really find the contact. Good try, gets the kill in the end, but the movement was just too clean. Also, nice shot from Nilo. Down there into the CT area. Roxy's luck as well. Great for Carmine Corp. Currently, those Roxy lurks have so much impact. for the French squad. Like, this is what we expected from Roxy coming into this team. Just being there with her timings, with the overall game sense that she has. One of the best players in Game Changers, for sure.
I agree. I think the thing is now G2, well, a rare sight here really, but G2 on a full eco, 5 sheriffs across the board, and KC, they're aware of this. Look at G2, they're taking contact up towards mid. 3-4 players now converging, and Roxy might be able to get all of these kills, but AB too sharp for her, gets the headshot, and that's a rifle that could be retrieved, unless of course you don't have 2 guards ready to punish whoever tries to come for it. First kill already coming through, and G2, they're like, all right, you can keep it. We're good with those sheriffs. Have a nice day. Nice doing business with you. 4v4 still, and we do have this window being watched. All of the sound being heard here by Mimi.
Oh, no.
The Sova drone comes through as well, and it's not going to
no.
really clear them. They have to be so aware of this possibility. And Nello, unfortunately, not going to be able to do so. 2 headshots for Mimi, and no trade until Kuri finally gets that kill. Spike got to be dropped as well. 3v2 situation, numbers in favor of G2 now, and multiple rifles that could be retrieved. Already Amy's gotten one from mid here as they try to go onto site, and yes, the smoke will let them get there, but now still a 3v2.
Mimi with a supreme display of Game Changer Sheriff. Incredible double kill from her. Finds the timing onto Kamen Corp. They now have
Nice
to defend
shot.
this one. Amy drops down. Kuri Puya finds the timing and the angle and glance. Great trade from those two. Way too close for comfort that round, I have to admit. Like, should have been much more convincing for the side of Carmine Corp. But it's Game Changer Sheriff time. I hope we see those shots by Mimi once again. The second one onto Matrix was so clean.
Enemy remaining. Last player.
Mimi has no business getting to there, but yeah, a rare sight, a timeout coming out from G2 themselves to try and figure out how they can steal the lead back here. I mean, they've had a couple of successful rounds, but especially since KC started putting more pressure on the mid of this map, and they've been able to kind of read the map correctly. Kuripuya's calling as well as fragging ability really coming to display in this map so far. It's 2 times that she's been able to do more than her share of work to make the round possible for her team. And I think the calling as well, you know, being able to understand RAG2 is stacked more heavily towards here. We have the timing on this rotation. I think Kuri has been able to do a great job in these last few rounds of enabling her team to really pick the right site and get these advantageous fights. I also think that Carmine Corp, they've been really good at finding the timings onto Amy of all people. I think it's been like twice so far this map that she's been caught with her stars in her hand. Just as an Astro player, pretty big danger there. Happened to me before. But looking at the ult here, Vanya 1 away from the reckoning for herself, and of course 2 for Rescue's dimensional drift. We saw the use of that and being able to find that information in those kind of retake scenarios. And I think on the opposite side, of course, KC, they've got Kuri's ult in a tight situation, the Blade Storm for Matrix as well, which I don't think it's going to be used unless she runs out of bullets in her gun or something.
Yeah, I said it, and Matrix Ultimate has been stuck there for a long time. Economy from Kamen Corp also doesn't look great if we have to be honest here. Like, Matrix on 0 cash. Glance the only one who might be able to buy in the case of a loss, so if KC loses out on that round, it will be another buy for G2 and no buy for them. So it will be a really, really important one for Kamen Corp. If you win this one, it's double rounds and you're on 7. This would be important to get there. Moving slowly off B, feels like. But I think they will still end there.
Rescue is still going to be looking to play anchor on site. Caught out by the 0 point though. So it's going to trigger the TP from Kuri, at least faking the rotation on the opposite side. But here comes the paranoia. So they're going to be pushing forward right now, taking space off the site. Matrix already there, but this time around, Amy hidden inside the smoke here. Going to be able to push out and along with Rescue find a double kill, but Matrix still undetected. Going to be the demon from the dark. And KC, once again, they've got a post plant with the numbers advantage. 2v3 right now, Petra and Vanya. Vanya needs a kill to get the reckoning online. Unfortunately, though, it's just going to be Vanya now versus the world. 1v3. We've seen her pull off more impossible things before, but not this time. Matrix denies any chance of a retake. And KC, like you said, a round that they really need. 6-4 right now. Really doing well on this attacking side.
I'm so confused by G2's side hold. Like, it's the third time this half that Matrix just dashes on side, walks throughout the whole side of B. Like, she runs through backside and gets frags from timings that you normally have to check. Like, there's no awareness for G2 onto that B backside once the round started, and that's not a good sign for me, because that's a clear weakness that Carmine Corp starts to exploit right now. Kuya, great angle.
Oh.
Just punishes the aggression from G2 Esports. But Mimi
Yeah,
crossed through.
Oh.
I know
Oh.
exactly.
The Mimi crossed good. Great movement. Upgrades her weapon. It's on a Vandal right now. Spotted by the Cypher ultimate. Kurikuya will find her, but Mimi! Another frag for her! Numbers advantage for G2 Esports. All of a sudden, Mimi just turns this game around.
Oh
No
my God,
more
what a-
agency for Carmine Corp because Mimi just too strong.
And of course, the rotation off the back of this lockdown, 2 G2 players already getting themselves over to A. Like, yes, they've only got Sheriffs, but now they got Mimi with the Vandal that she was able to pick up, and they've taken out Roxy and Kuri, so possibility of a flank available as well. Off angle being held here by Petra. Already able to get that first headshot, just does not miss, and now the Reckoning decided being an eco round. Players willing to invest in it off the back of it. Petra gets that first kill. It's all up to Glance right now. A 1v3 for her. She has control of the spike, fakes its Glance here. But G2, they're going to wait for the whole team to come by before they even try to advance. 20 seconds. She has to be able to get that plant down, and Glance this time will be able to stick it through. Wall looking to scale up. Multiple peaks for G2, and Vanya doesn't even need a gun. She just needs the Sheriff, and a thrifty for G2 here as they pull it off. Casey get the first blood, but Mimi strikes back, and just a beautiful retake overall and some nice Sheriff shots. GC Sheriff strikes again.
Wild West moment. GC Sheriff just
Last
too strong.
round before the switch.
I don't know, at some point, Game Changers teams will just stop playing gun rounds and only pick up Sheriff.
I know
It's so incredible how much value this gun has in GC, but all starts with Mimi, right? Just turning this round completely on its head with the timing, with the aim onto Matrix, with the aim onto Kuripuya. And like, Roxy isn't aware of the cross from the Killjoy in that situation, just destroys the round for Carmine Corp.
A bit unfortunate there, but KC, they after those 3 wins, they've still got the money to buy into this particular one. So yeah, things looking decent. With the help of that harbor wall, actually going to be quite a scale up coming in towards A main. That is all that information gets taken, but a bit of a fallback as well. Vanya still looking to play a bit aggressively on the site for that early information, and the rest of the team, they're finally going to be pushing through here. Roxy, though, the door gets broken, still able to flick and get that first kill. In fact, 2 coming through, huge from Roxy. Finally gets shut down, but Vanya now alone on site. Matrix takes advantage and gets that trade. 2v4, and now overwhelming advantage for KC in this round. Also, Nello just 1 kill away from another Null command. That could be super detrimental. The thing is, of all the players that went down, it's Roxy, so this flank is wide open, and they've got Glance to look for it. This fight might decide the round. Mimi gets the first, but Glance the trade. Very well done. It's all up to Amy in a 1v3.
Now 1 vs 3 will be hard. All of them positioned in main. Taking back a star at least. Doors are still on the table. If you want to smoke something up. Just smokes herself off. The timing needs to be perfect, but the defuse can't go through. The round will fall for K-Corp. Matrix closes it out with another frag. That's pretty nice for the motivation and especially for the mental. Carmine Corp on 7, a lead at halftime on the G2 map pick, and up until now, KC seems to be in a much better spot than on Bind.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they've already almost doubled their score on Bind, and they've got a lead as well, something that they really struggled with on their previous map after the first couple of rounds. So, yeah, I think KC gonna be feeling really good about this heading into the rest of it. The thing is, if they can win this pistol, it's gonna give them the push they really need. So far, I think they've gotten, like, most of the pistols today, so I think them being able to win out a 4th pistol or 3rd pistol for the day is going to be enough for them to really push their lead on this map. So it's really important for them, and for G2, of course. I mean, now they're on the attacking side. I think this is where most teams really do tend to excel on this particular map. So it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting on the shoulders of Roxy as well as on Curry to be able to kind of provide that defensive footing. Right now, though, Jumpy comes to Matrix already doing so much damage to Rescue and denying that orb from really being taken without paying a price.
I also have to say the G2 comp should work better on offense than it is on defense. Like, I like the double controller setup for an offensive push. Especially with the Reckoning and the flash power that Euro provides. So yeah, you can play defensive with that comp, and it works out really, really well. But the offense is where, especially the harbor setups shine. Also, post-plant situations with Astra Stars, always a great deal to play around.
Ooh, nice knife from Melo.
Cage trigger.
I think G2 has some options. Great, a nice wall is coming through, but Roxy has an angle. Still not spotted in the heaven area. I don't think that they are aware where Roxy is.
Ooh. Curry gets another kill as well. Amy goes down here. And oh no, that's a huge kill. Vanya and Rescue, though, suddenly pulled this apart from the brink. Finally, Nello shutting down Vanya. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Rescue and Petra versus Nello and Curry. Spike finally gonna go down. The clock is ticking, but there's no way to deny it. And Rescue with that in the final 20 seconds, able to get that spike down. First smoke coming down from Curry. Both players on the KC side looking much, much healthier. 0 Point gonna catch out Rescue as well, but I mean, Rescue doesn't have any util anyway to really be able to use in this round, so it's all a question of how much can you really do. The flash doesn't connect, and oh my god, the double kill from Petra. They peek her together and they go down it together. Rescue didn't even need to be there. Petra did it all in the end and even gets a sheriff for her trouble. It's a beautiful pistol from G2.
Petra is the saving grace of G2 esports on that map. What an amazing play. The round basically in the hands of Carmine Corp, but Petra says no. You stop here with your winning plays. Amazing shots with that classic in hand. And no way for Carmine Corp to get past her. You said as much. Rescue isn't even needed in those situations. And now 2 sniper rifles in hand. Real heavy investment by G2 esports. No pistols in hand and a push from Carmine Corp through that smoke, through that wall. Rescue finds the frag. Sheriff in hand. Will be pushed down now at Vanya. And Rescue has the crossfire. Triple kill for the controller. And with that, the round falls into G2's hands as quickly as it started.
Get the round and they get the outlaw back as well. Yeah, definitely. I think this is their chance. I mean, they've got their full buy, but yeah, the eco round, too quick for comfort. Might have been better to do the heretic strategy and try to deny these ults for G2, because Vanya's ult is now looking so close to coming into play here, just 1 kill away. And Vanya actually having a great map. 15 and 9 so far on the harbor, really topping the scoreboard there. Matrix and Curry, though, on par with the top 2 on G2. I think that if they can continue keeping that momentum forward, it's going to be huge. And now with G2 on this attacking side, looking to push towards mid and B as always. 2 players spotted out by the drone, and despite the tag, not going to be able to find too much damage. And look at the amount of space Rescue's taken for free.
You already said so much space taken for free. Rescue in an angle. I don't think that they expect her in any way. That's coming through, and Rescue still holding the flank. Interesting positioning for your normally more initiating heavy duelist.
Ooh, good timing. The knife not gonna really catch out any of G2, so the dark cover does come down. There is still some utility on the site as well, but the harbor wall, that's gonna be the first Q. Curry, the sole player, onto site, and here comes the reckoning. Vanya was able to get the Altor. Now though, here comes the outlaw. Rescue actually able to find the kill, but Curry onto site. A triple kill for her, and Nello there for the backup as well. Now Rescue with 5 HP. This bonus round suddenly having fallen apart here. Matrix to put her back into her grave, and KC, they win their gun round with 3 people left standing, which is going to be huge for them. I wish we could see what Curry did on site, because it looked like it was a hell of a couple of nice shots.
Yeah, same, because, you know, fingers snapped and 3 people were down. Curry Puya just holds her own against G2 esports after a great opening from Rescue. I really loved her movement, right? You not really expect Yoru to be just somewhere in the middle, splitting the map.
This is a mess.
No rotations really possible.
A Yoru in your spawn with an outlaw. That would piss me off.
And you know, the frag falls. That's like the most important part. Matrix, real aggressive, a real aggressive push, but gets back to a safer angle.
Who's next?
Ultimate
Now though,
coming
here
from
comes
rescue.
the Yoru ult.
A lot of information about the side-dimensional drift. Gets into a good positioning. Harbor Wall comes out as well, and J2 has the side. And Mimi also finds the first frag onto Matrix. Once the cage goes down, Roxy should be spotted as well. Wanya gets this one. At least Glance can fight back. Double kill for her. Nilo
Down B.
onto side as well. The spike dropped. And it's only Mimi. It's only down to Amy and Mimi. Carmine Corp looks to get back to two rounds in lead.
Still got smokes though. Here comes the first one. Amy using it. Has one more star left. 35 seconds left on the clock. They've got to advance forward with the spike being dropped and information garnered by Amy. First kill found though. Puri peeks a little bit too aggressively, but Glance there for the trade and Nello on the swing. Perfect contact play, and it will be KC to take the round away. G2's full buy denied, and G2's economic situation once again back to those sheriffs, back to those pistols that we were talking about. A beautiful round by KC overall, and I think of course Mimi might have been able to get that lurk kill, but when it comes to anchoring these sites, KC have just not given G2 any room at all. Last time it was Curry, this time it was Nello along with Glance. Glance being able to get a double kill from atop of heaven was what really swung the round in KC's favor, I would say. And now G2 on this buy, maybe with the only bonus rifle that they have, a Guardian to boot. It's gonna be so rough for them to get back into this.
I think it's interesting that Carmine Corp works so well on defense right now because their post plan started off so rough. Just for them. Made a Matrix on the Outlaw. Always a good idea. Save some creds. Just waiting things out. G2 basically on a full buy. Game changers, sheriffs count as rifles in this competition at this point. Like what Mimi especially is able to do with those in hand. Just absolutely incredible, but Carmine Corp has set their sights on the double digits. G2 needs to make something happen. The spike moved towards B, but no real aggression has been done.
Oh, Mimi. This could be huge. I mean, Rescue able to get that first kill, but Matrix on the Outlaw strikes back, gets that quick trade. Now falling back here. Oh my god, there goes the peak, and maybe with the Guardian, too quick for Matrix, able to clear it out and get control of the site. That's gonna let them be able to get that spike plant down and look at the remainder of KC. They still gotta rotate. The recall flies off the edge as well. So Mimi's still in this power position to try and do some damage. Now though, having given it away, gotta be falling back, and Petra 1 kill away from her own Hunter's Fury. KC though, we're gonna be TPing in to join with the rest of her team, maybe causing G2 to worry about a flank at least for a little bit. Bonnie has utility, it's down as well. I don't know when their smokes will refresh. Here comes the paranoia for close sight, but G2, they're so far apart, so far away. Nello 0 points, not gonna be able to detect anything either, and it looks so rough this round. How can they really pull it back from this brink, especially when Petra is hitting shots like this? Just Kuri left alive, gets the first two, but Mimi, she is the beginning and she is the end, and G2, another thrifty for them. 8-9, they're lowering the gap.
Told you G2 is on full buy.
I didn't disagree, man. It's the GC Sheriff.
It's GC Sheriff in hand. What you gonna do? Like, Mimi opens this up, one up so great, but in the end, it's the Sheriffs that decide around. For the side of G2 Esports once again. The buy of Carmine Corp is so scrappy. Rescue realizing this once again, back on the Outlaw, just saving some money, getting your economy up. G2 goes and they want to make it to 2-0. No map number 6 to be lost. Rescue opens things up once again. The IGL down. No more smokes for Carmine Corp. No more smokes for the French lineup. And what a great map of Valorant, especially after G2 just stomped all over them in the first map. It's great to see those two teams go head to head. G2 challenged to show their best Valorant. Carmine Corp was such a great job doing this. Nilo
nice
finds Amy.
shot. One controller down. Vanya still alive though, and Roxy, well, Roxy with the judge on this side. It's either gonna be really difficult or really easy for G2 depending on the kind of peaks that they take. Tripwires gonna be attempted at taking care of thanks to this. The recon actually gonna spot Roxy out as well, so she has to be very careful about how she's playing. Here comes the smoke though from Matrix to try and help Roxy though, alone, an island on site, trying to stay alive. And here comes the null command from Nilo to try and make things a little bit easier. The flash is good. The judge, however, does the headshot, but not able to get the kill. Not just free from glance though, will finish the job, and Mimi goes down. Still a 3v2 situation. Guns in the hands of these KC players. G2 though, they get the spike down, and the Outlaw rescue was great before, able to get another kill. 2 players looking low. Glance has to do it all this time around, and it's just gonna be so much to ask for, being able to isolate these fights and take the duels here. Nobody from G2 really peeking at all either, so all of this heavy lifting is going to fall onto Glance's shoulders here. How much more space can she take? How can she even find a single kill? The shock dart missing as well. That is rough here. That could have actually taken care of both of those players if it had connected, but now clock is ticking and Glance decides, all right, my team's economy, it's rough here. I gotta save this gun. No exits given, no position given away by G2, and they're gonna be able to tie things up 9-9.
G2 back to the drawing board for Carmine Corp. Back into another eco round, so game changer style of full buying will come through for KC right now. Such a rough situation, such a rough spot
Seconds left.
through the last few rounds. KC just falling apart piece by piece. Glance
Remaining.
only able to get one with the Hunter's Fury, and the timeout needs to come through. There's no way around it. You don't want to fall after that stretch that you did in the last few rounds, after challenging G2 so much, you don't want to fall off through the end of the map and just, you know, lose it in such close fashion. G2 might just be the stronger team. The mental power you need to get over the hump to beat G2 esports. We saw this in pro sports so many times. Like, if you play against the primus of a league, against the best team that is in your whole region, it's always such a high mental capacity you need to get over the hump to actually clutch out a win. We saw this, for example, with LeBron James so many times in the NBA, where the teams were so dominant in this conference that the mental slumber for teams is just so hard to get over. And Carmine Corp might be struggling to do exactly that, to get about the hump, to get over the hump, to beat G2, to beat this curse that has been over the organization.
KC though, after that timeout, hopefully they've been able to figure out some things. They've got the Blade Storm, they've got the rifle on Glance that she was able to save, but aside from that, there's not been too much money. Here we go. Matrix already going so aggressive right now. The KC turret, though, giving away the information. The Killjoy turret, sorry, not the KC turret there, my bad. But yeah, Matrix still looking to push forward. Mimi trying to buy time to get away, but now stuck in the corner. I don't know if Matrix is going to expect it. You got to check your corners here. Doesn't do so. And now it's just Mimi having time in the range, basically, but on an actual map instead. Kuri, the third possible victim here, unless she hits her shot, and a little bit awkward, but Mimi a third kill on the round. In the meantime, the rest of the team looking to advance on the opposite side. Mimi knows where Nello is. 5 HP at a dream here. How much can he really do? Glance on site, meanwhile, fighting her own battles. Able to get the first one at least, but 3 remaining players on site that she'll have to detect the position of. Spots out Vanya. Sees the head of the second one as well, but here comes the wall already. Nello rotating over as well. It's a 2v4 situation. Mimi is low, yes, but Mimi is going to be able to rejoin with her teammates, and Amy might be the only person needed. Able to get one more at least as Glance, but at the end, it's a G2 round from end to end here. 3 players left standing. Ultimates haven't been used either. Things look great for G2.
Yeah, things are looking up more and more. G2 back in the lead, and Mimi, I mean, they're all peeking solo into her. That's, you know, not a good rhythm for the side of Carmine Corp. Solo peeking into the G2 Sentinel. And what a rough situation for the side of Carmine Corp.
Right here.
Back to full weaponry, and what an this round is such an important round. If you lose it, you're back to eco, and probably G2 is on match point afterwards. which won't be the situation you really want to be in. So Carmine Corp basically needs to win this one to avoid falling down even deeper into the shaft. Falling out of contention in that round, in that game.
Things looking difficult, like you said. I mean, it's a must-win round for KC, and already you can see them not really playing very passively. They can't really afford to lose anybody early on. And again, this mid, it's been left open, very vulnerable. You do have Matrix kind of watching it from a distance, but if G2 decide to charge up it, it's gonna be very rough. But for now, at least they're focused more towards this A side, just waiting for the 0 point to get used by Nello to offer a possible rotation to happen away from it. And they are just contacting their way slowly onto side. Zero sound having been made yet. And look at the ultimates they've got. They've got the fake ult onto B to try and draw a rotation over. And the remainder of the team, they're just waiting towards A. They've still got the Reckoning. The post plant as well. And Kuri though, insane shot on the timing swing. The Paranoia as well, buying more. And it's gonna be KC to try and anchor to hold on to the side here. Player towards backside as well, and they don't check underneath. Kuri still absolutely doing a phenomenal job of anchoring between her and Roxy. They're able to lock down the spike, and yeah, with 10 seconds left, I don't think there's anything that Amy can do, and she knows it. Gonna just be able to fall back here and hold on, but Kuri again, the hero of the A side, to triple kill one more time, and the rest of them, they're looking hungry now for this final kill. They get it to a 4K for Kuri, Puya.
Quadra for Kuri. Ends things for G2 here and now. Evens up the game once again. Kuri Puya, what an incredible performance. IGL's not always the players that pop off when it comes to shooting performances, but today Kuri Puya just with an amazing gameplay session. The triple kill we saw a few rounds earlier saved K-Corp, and this time it's a Quadra. You shall not pass is the call, and G2 needs that timeout. They need the time off. Just discussing a little bit how can they approach Carmine Corp on that side, especially when Kuri has such steady aim performances. And what I respect even more is that Kuri stayed on side after that fake Killjoy ultimate. She was like, nope, I'm not leaving side in case they are faking. And then we are, you know, then we are just we are retaking at some points once we scattered again, once we reconnected again.
That round was just completely Kuri. The second time that she's able to just hold down the A side by herself with a triple or a quadruple kill, as it turns out the last time. And I mean, G2, they invested weaponry in that round to boot. So this round, they're going to be putting all of their economy back in. They have 3 ults, but they've got to convert it with the help of those ultimates, because KC, it's 10-10 right now. This next round is a huge swing round, and whoever wins it will have a huge advantage, especially when you look at the eco, right? Neither team having too much of the bank to be able to comfortably guarantee another 2 rounds here. So yeah, KC gonna be the ones taking the initiative this time. Beautiful recon though, gonna catch out all 3 players, and they're gonna be able to fall back to boot, rescue, suppressed information garnered here by KC. And now they're going to be able to fall back, knowing that there's still 2 players towards this area of the map. The problem is mid. It's been left open for so long here. And Vanya trying to break open the door from the corner, also trying to trigger a peek possibly. There is that trip from Roxy here. But aside from that, once that's broken, it's going to make things so difficult for KC to hold on to the map. Thankfully, though, G2, they haven't gotten that far. Until Amy breaks that trip, at least, it's looking very, very dependable, especially with this re-clear from Glance's drone.
Who's next?
No one in the middle, and now you kind of know where the execute is going. Nowhere to
the
3
combo.
ultimates committed by the side of G2 Esports, but no hits with the Hunter's Fury. No damage has been found, but the Reckoning still getting some crowd control down, but it's a fake. In the end, the execute will calm down to the B side. Roxy's still staying there, so you still have to push into that Cypher setup. Own teleport from Kuri Puya to get some reinforcement, but she stops it. They wanna hold it down onto that B set, but not execute. Comes through from G2 Esports. Arrows coming left and right. Roxy has seen them all. Knows where G2 is coming. Destroys the Euro clone, so now the positioning of Roxy more than just knowing. Glance is there as well, but Rescue gets a frag.
No way, Rescue!
The spike has been planted, and Amy and Rescue are saving G2 Esports from the demise of Roxy. Might be a flawless run, because Amy also finds Kuri Puya in the middle, and what a play from Rescue and Amy. Both of them just too strong for the side of Carmine Corp, and the patience of Roxy was just amazing. But it doesn't pay out. Matrix all on her own will just save the Vandal and goes out because the economy on her hands doesn't really look good. How would have things looked if Kuripuya just pulled through with the teleport?
I mean, the thing is, there was a player towards heaven. It's just that G2, I mean, they had such awareness of the site. They were able to isolate those fights despite 2 players being there and taking down the player towards heaven and then getting a free kill to Roxy as well. Roxy needed to be able to find that trade there, but the timing just not in Casey's player and rescue with 2 absolutely beastly shots. It's been a little bit more of a quieter map for her since the beginning of that first half, but yeah, now she looks like she's active. Matrix at least small compensation, able to hold on to her gun. And rest of KC as well, with the help of that eco, or rather with the help of that gun being there, things looking a bit safer for their eco. But yeah, apart from that, man, G2, it looks like they've got the momentum. And if they can win this next round, it's going to break KC's economy once and for all in this game. 1 round standing between KC and a possible loss here, a possible 2-0. And G2, I mean, the momentum definitely in their favor. KC have to recover here. They have to be able to hold on.
This must be so painful. Like, you had the positioning, you had all of the time in your hands. Roxy and Lance on side, just holding it down together, but G2 just out-aimed. Just way too strong how they were all year long. So we once again said the mental power and stability you need to find wins here is so big. But Kuripuya might have found the opening, the can opener. For the side of Carmine Corp. Rescue is down, no more duelist power, but Amy is there and trades it out.
Lucky. I mean, there was a trip, but I guess that Matrix wanted a little bit more info. And yeah, that's a duelist for a duelist. Now G2, again, converging back towards this A side where Kuri has found so much success being the anchor. Might have to do it the 3rd time around here. It's a lot to ask, but if the captain, the IGL, doesn't step up, who will? Beautiful paranoia as well to try, but it might have been just a little bit too early. Now the rest of the team, they're ready to play. Here comes the shock darts. Kuri with the first kill already, but here comes the trade. Vanya with the bounce back, and now side taken. Plan faked, and the rest of the peaks, it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. It's gonna come down to Vanya and Mimi versus just Glance here. Glance versus their old team. What can she find? What can she do? She slips the net here through the cove. Might be able to find the timing and the kill, but unfortunately for her, the rest of G2 just so isolated. And Vanya, perfection from her throughout this round, will be able to get match and series point for G2. 12-10, and Vanya, I mean, fragging IGL controller. She was the meta last year, and she continues to be that fragging controller for G2.
Vanya and Kuripuya are just trading their fragging IGL controller games left and right. Great map from Kuri. We don't want to take away from this, but G2 just shows why they are the better team, why they are the best team in EMEA. And winning this game would be a big jump towards the Game Changers Championship, towards playing in Berlin, and maybe getting the revenge onto Shopify Rebellion. At this point, we would all be G2 fans. Matrix finds Mimi. Huge frag from her to open things up. But last round was the same picture of Vanya.
Vanya.
Once again, Vanya's supremacy is too strong. Matrix was another one. But is it enough? Because Vanya trades out Roxy once again. Spike will be planted in that alcove. Flashes out. But no more space taken. Glance positioning is great for Vanya.
No way, Vanya.
Might be too good here. Ace for the win.
This.
Swaps out the Vandal and it's only down to Kuripuya. Only down to the other IGL. And Vanya is the ace. Second ace of the day for G2 Esports. Velocity provokes them and Vanya does it a second time. She's just too strong for the entirety of K-Corp. Come at me, did she just say. And G2 with another win, pulling through, and under certain circumstances, if Nasser beats Odd One out and alternate attacks throughout the week, this will be the Game Changers Championships qualification by G2 Esports. But what a play by Vanya.
Vanya, just, I mean, last year as well, right? That star player on BBL, you know, there were a lot of players in the roster who were really good, but Vanya, you know, the fragging IGL, arguably the reason why her team was able to do so well last year. Now on the powerhouse of EMEA, the #1 team, you know, split 1, amazing, split 2, amazing, and now she's back with a vengeance. I think on map number 1 we were talking a lot about rescue, etc. But now, you know, Vanya really just coming to play on this particular map. That was 2 rounds in a row that they were able to convert because of her. And I think that that final ace is just exactly the way G2 wants to end it. You know, kudos to KC. I think they did a really great job on Abyss in particular. They were able to really get that early lead. They were able to win out both the pistols as well. And it's kind of like jarring to realize that G2, they lost all 4 pistols today, if I'm not wrong, but still were able to find such dominant wins, at least on that map number 1. On map number 2, of course, I mean, MVP, it's got to be Vanya, but you got to give a shout out to Curry. She was playing so hard this game. 2 rounds in a row, she was able to find a 3K, then a 4K, and then, of course, just that last round as well. Vanya, if Vanya hadn't taken her down there, she could have probably been the hero once again. So KC really coming out to play on this map, doing their best, but I think the momentum, G2 at that 10-10 precipice, being able to win that round number 21 was kind of the nail in the coffin, I think, for KC.
Yeah, it feels like, because like the economy were on deck for G2 esports, and they were just running away with it at this point. Only 150, that felt a little bit like more.
A buy round.
but in the end, G2 bringing through all of their post-plan situations is also something that's just incredibly great, incredibly strong from their side. And yeah, they were just a better team today. You gotta say it. They were just so much better compared to Carmine Corp, and especially those close call situations.
Yeah, I think picking Bind was a little bit of a mistake for KC. I mean, like you said, they haven't played it all year, and G2 as well. I mean, they don't have the best record, but they don't have the worst record either, you know? So, bit of a rough thing, but they were able to come back into Abyss on G2's map and really give them a run for their money. I mean, fragging controller versus fragging controller. Usually, you know, we see like the Jets or the Razors up here, but this time it's gonna be
cast. What?
Yeah. Harbor players be like that, but I don't know. But overall, Vanya, I mean, in terms of ACS, both players pretty up close with each other there. But I think in terms of impact, you know, Vanya wasn't just fragging out. There were so many rounds where you could see her cove, you could see her smokes coming in, clutch for the rest of her team, and just creating so much havoc and pandemonium that KC were kind of struggling with. But shout out to Curry, man, being able to MVP for your team while IGLing on a map that isn't your pick, like that is huge.
Yeah. Huge play from Kripo. Yeah, we already said it. For explanation, because someone in chat asked what casters is basically kill assist trade. So that you took part in what your team was doing in the round, and normally 87 is high. Like,
it's really high.
It's really high. And in such cases, especially with Harbor, you tend to have higher numbers, but still, you know, might be
87 is crazy when you consider she also had like 300 ACS. Yeah. You know, 300
like
ACS
300
and
ACS, 87%. Crazy high stats, and in the end, shout out to Vanya, 57% headshot rate last matchup against alternate attacks. Chat settled 72 to 73% is usually high. 87 is just disgustingly high, and Vanya just incredible gameplay today. For the second day in a row, I have to say. With that, G2 goes in, without a doubt, the best team in Group A. Right at the peak there. We'll face another Ignite and Odd One Out in the next few weeks. But the second game of our day is coming up, and it will be Giant X against BBL Queens. So also a banger Turkish aim all across the board. Also with some banger casters, Zubi and Winter will be there for you then and there. Have a good time, chat. With that, we might go into a break if I heard this one correctly. So we will go into a break. If we're going into a break, and afterwards, Zubi and Winter will be there for you. Have a good day. Much love for the chat today, and we'll hear from each other very soon.
Bye-bye.
And welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, Day 3. My name is Obi, and I am now joined by Winter to bring you our second match of the day. Winter, why don't you go ahead and tell them what they're in store for?
Yeah, and what we're in store for is a Turkish derby, basically. We have a core of three on the side of Giant X, and then, well, the full Turkish roster of BBL. But having a look at the standings here, BBL have already had their debut match so far in this series. It was a 1-0 record against Heroic. Pretty dominating fashion as well. It did go to that third map, but as soon as it got there, it was a 13-1 victory to close it out. So they're looking like they're backing top form. And for the side of Giant X, they're coming into this, and yeah, it's going to be sort of their first match in this split.
Yeah, and in talking about that BBL Queens match, I got to watch it a little bit, right? It was a 13-9 loss map 1, like getting the wrinkles out, right? You have a new member, like you haven't played an actual official game, but then as soon as I got to map 2 and 3, it was a complete roll. And there is the roster, obviously Jada joining the lineup since the last split versus Felipe, Proxima, Alkia, and Wens have been around here, around the block with the BBL Queens for a little while. And if we can go ahead and take a look at their opponents, Giant X Winter.
Yeah, if we just have a look at the Giant X team, like I was saying before, it's sort of that Turkish derby. And when we were thinking of what we saw in the G2 match and how, well, that series got closed out by a Turkish ace, and both Turkish players on that team had aces in that series. So I'm praying and hoping that we get some sort of ace in this match, whether it's on the side of BBL or Giant X. So yeah, there we go. You can see the Giant X players coming through. And for this side, this is a little bit more of, we know what to expect from them in regards to agent composition of what, there's no sort of any changes coming into this roster, to this lineup. They have actually added a sub, an official sub to Giant X, which is nice to see. Loving that sort of ecosystem there. But yeah, we're playing with the full lineup here. And let's just have a look at what's happened the last time these two teams played up against each other. So this one was in stage 1, and yeah, looking at this, 3 maps, not necessarily that much of a blowout, except on the Sunset it was a 13-5. Everything else relatively close. And just pay attention to that ascent, because that was a 39 and bam, straight into split 2. Next it was Giant X that picked this up, and it was a 13-2 victory.
Oh, that's making our map picks a little bit spicier when we get over there, in my minds. But other than that, I'm just really excited to get into this game. And drumroll please, we get to see the new member of the squad, Jada, and we're hoping that this is the difference maker to put BBL Queens finally over that line over Giant X, because we saw the matches and you laid it out quite well. Giant X was the ones that kind of learned their lesson and improved over BBL Queens in my mind, but I do think that our map picks and bans kind of highlight the strengths of both of these teams. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we get to see Sunset, we get to see Ascent, we get to see Lotus, and Sunset, as you pointed out, was that map that was won and then lost very closely, and I think it was a 14-12 overtime. So I think this is BBL Queen's best bet at getting a map under their belt early on. And then the Ascent, I'm surprised it wasn't like the first ban, right? A 13-2. I hope that, you know, BBL Queens has studied up, and then maybe that inclusion of Jada into the mix is going to create a completely different story.
Yeah, that's what it's coming down to. Is this new addition of Jada going onto that controller role going to sort of be that turning point for the side of BBL coming into this? Because, well, Giant X have been, well, improving like we saw, especially on that Ascent map, but it doesn't matter what's happening on Ascent in the past. It's going into Sunset. Let's get that agent select up.
Drum roll please. Get to start seeing if there's any kind of spicy changes since the last time these two teams faced off or not. And we're getting the ISO Clove combination. I am loving it. They're taking all of the buffed duelists and bringing them into the server here. How do you think the Neon and the ISO are going to work together, particularly because I feel like we've seen that kind of on Haven a few times, not necessarily in EMEA, but as a strat. But how do you think it's going to affect the standard, I feel like, for Sunset?
I think for the side of BBL, it's going to basically drastically improve sort of second pace startings when they're on that attacking side. Yeah, they're starting on the defensive base, but I really want to have a look when they do get onto attack if it's going to vary that much to the side of Giant X, because they don't necessarily have that sort of agent like the ISO to follow up on the Neon on that sort of second pace on the attack. But it's the first pace that's going to be really important for them, with that Neon being able to sort of get into the spaces that we're not necessarily expecting. Because I think back on Lotus, when we saw yesterday, I believe it was, and one of the Neons had, you know, absolutely just sprinted their way through B and all the way into CT spawn and killed the C players in the back, because they just did not expect such pace and such space so early on in the round. So that could be sort of a point to look at as well for both of these teams.
And now we get to see kind of a B heavy execution here. Talked about making space Smurfette with that Neon, already trying to push their agenda towards Boba. Hold down the edge of this dark cover. The majority of the retake players are kind of splitting here through market. Great late utility as well from Wens to confirm that all these players have backed off into B main, which is dangerous when it's a pistol and you don't have as much utility.
And it is going to come down to the retake 5v5. Utah's coming back online for those rechargeables, and it's just spamming through the smoke. There's so much visibility that's being cut off right now. You just have to go via the pings, and the bomb's being stuck. And it's not actually just going to be taken off by Miori, going above and beyond for her team, picking up 3 for herself in the round. Make it flawless for Giant X.
And what a way to show why people did in fact play from B main, and why, you know, maybe Riot continues maybe having to make a change there, because like I said, they didn't have the utility, but they had the coordination there. And I liked the aggressive smokes, I liked the ISO utility, but none of that really paved the way there for the team. Now a pistol under Giant X's belt, and it looks like they're just going to go into now a default, maybe trying to avoid any aggressive play that BBL may throw for their anti-kill or their save.
And look at the buy for Giant X. It's not necessarily if they're worried about putting players like Smithfair or Zero in harm's way, since Ness and Miori are going to be there to be able to upgrade their pistols to the unupgraded rifles that the rest of the teammates are carrying. So it's just trying to find the picks and making sure that they're not walking into a stack. You can see how heavy this default was, and now reaggressing now over towards B main, wanting to put some sort of pressure onto Wenz. And well, pressure's done and also absolutely executed for Wenz, trying to do a jiggle peek onto main there.
At this point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A fast B exec again off of Smurfette and their entry. Love the duelist ideal, and at this point, kind of just Giant X looking to win out their ones, right? Now, Miori on the lurk, able to find Alkia as well, so that's one less duelist for the retake, and it's going to be one less person, a 2v5. Double tap about to expire as well, so you can see Proxima trying to quickly find somebody, but that cage preventing any benefit. Now their position confirmed by the spy cam as well. It's just at this point, Giant X trying to make this a flawless second round buy up, and unfortunately Miori will fall, but they didn't have a forced up weapon like Smurfette does, who finishes out the round. So this third round bonus is going to be not one to trifle with here.
Not one to trifle with indeed, because you can see the two players that came into this round with the pistols are going to be forcing up onto that Vandals, and it's going to be an incredibly dangerous round for the side of BBL if they aren't able to close this out, because while the economy is already growing for the side of Giant X, only necessarily Miori, you could even say, is in a little bit of a lower state, but that's still 2k in the pocket. Even if they were to lose this, they should still be able to go up into the Vandals and a half armor, and especially with Ness only bringing a Sheriff in.
Well, we'll see what Ness can get done, but I feel like Ness's role is more important for just dismantling this Cypher utility anyways, and that's exactly what they're trying to do with these shock darts, so that Smurfette isn't tied down, because they are going to be that entry here with an upgraded Vandal. Hopefully we'll see some action off of the Owl drone. Only going to ping out Alkia, so they're not going to spot Philippa tucked away in that corner, so they might only think there's 2 players here instead of 3, which is maybe cause for this hesitation, maybe even this rotation. But I do like that Proxima and Jada haven't quite left or completely committed to the B side rotations. They're on their way back towards A. We'll see what they can do finally as a duo to anchor or defend a site.
Yeah, but look at the question marks that's being created for both of these teams. You can see how reserved that they're playing over towards A. Even Jada just trying to have a look towards Elbow to see if there's any sort of information they can gather, but there's nothing. But it's the same side for Giant X. They have no control over towards A or towards mid. You can see how reserved that they're being. Just hoping for any sort of reaggression to catch them out, but it's Alkia that's going to be walking away with a win on that one.
And here it comes, the be hit off of the regeneration of the breach utility here. Alkia in hot water. Nice little dodge on. They're going to be granted their ones time and time again, and with the timer going low, it's all on Alkia out of bullets. And because of Sarah being able to finish off that frag, they might just have enough time to get the spike down at the cost of their life. So Ness in the 1v3 as the final rotations from BBL will come through. We get this aggressive close smoke here again. The side swing, and it's not even planted for that angle. So BBL will get on the board. They're calling to keep players on B. The nice grandstand anchor from Alkia.
Yeah, it's the sort of stacked towards B with 3 players there, and one towards one top mid and one controlling A. You can see it in the replay there. It's a heavy focus on the fast rotates over to B, but like you said, it was Alkia that really stood tall here, picking up 3 on the entry. And it just comes down to that retake. Really nice utility as well from Jada. They got their protocols for the retake. Lovely down, smoke deep into main, force sort of a peek into the one-way if they are behind that box there.
Yes, this should do.
At this point, this is our first rifle round. No real ultimates to worry about, other than maybe a neural theft that could inform some of the rotations when they were kind of contemplating, all right, do we commit to an A rotator? Do we re-hit B? But again, I feel like we're now 4 for 4 in terms of starting out here over towards B main. Just this conditioning of getting rid of this Cypher utility being built up with each passing round. I do like this expedition over towards A main though. Clove and ISO trying to clear this out, so they keep this heavy stack of 4 over towards the B site. Obviously, they're worried about top mid presence, which is why we have Felipe playing off site here, just playing that contact.
A lot of stalemates towards the first halves of these rounds, not necessarily any aggro coming in. When you're looking at the neons as well, just more into the late round again, those fast peaks when you're going onto the side. And that's exactly what Smith's going to try and do, but she's running straight into a tripwire and straight to a Doom. Alkia picks that up with the assist from Wens.
Sarah should be able to secure the plant, and hopefully this neural theft can patch the holes of where these flooding BBL players are coming from, and it is guiding Miori's crosshair to a Fry. Felipe super low. They have to depend on Proxima and Jada, which is a good pair to depend on, or Felipe can just swing with their 6 HP and win the duel outright. BBL riding the ship, tying things here 2-2. And for me, winner, I go back to what I said about that conditioning of breaking the Cypher utility round after round, and we can see the adaptations that Wens is starting to make to ensure that Smurfette cannot get away with the antics that have been giving that B site over to Giant X.
And you can see what the idea for Giant X was going into that, being able to get that fast split coming in from mid through market door, and while just trying to isolate these B site players and crunch them down before the rotates are able to come in. And well, we see what happened. Smith's quite literally ran straight into a trip because of like the adaptations you were saying that Wens has been bringing in. And it just locks them out of that sort of entry pick that they were looking for, puts them in that deficit straight off the bat. And then it's just a retake that follows from BBL that is just pristine, nets them another round on the board.
And that's huge just for confidence. I mean, we talked about it. It was a 14-12 last time these two teams met on Sunset, so I would not be surprised if we go the difference here. And with this double duelist composition, they're able to get an advantage at the defensive half, then I'm going to be terrified if I'm Giant X switching over to the attack. But for now, we have to cross that bridge when we get there. Finally, an A-pop early on in the round. The stun not quite isolating these players because they're both tucked into a corner. They're trying to stun the B leading, but that shield from Proxima at least grants them one as a dying wish here. Dust settles, still a 3-on-3, and Giant X continue the assault towards this A site. The Wave, the Owl Drone, not quite spotting anything out, so they're going to swing into 2 here potentially from Ness if they don't follow it up with their own dart, their own utility, and that spots out both. So Cat's out of the bag. Now the players on site know to support them with a Rolling Thunder. And while we do have Jada get away, Felipe will lose their life.
Yeah, she's managed to get away, but look how much it's pushed them back. Yes, they grouped up now. Jada and Wens, the dynamic duo for BBL on this retake, or is what's needed from them. Cage off towards main, trying to isolate these 1v1s as much as they can, but they're going to be going into a double player on the left, and now it's all down to Jada. Picks up the first, and there's a swing from Nest that closes it out. A retake for BBL that just falls flat.
Yeah, kind of the double duelist there in their A main kind of information collection. Spotted out. Giant X doing a good job to oppress them and pin them in this corner. Just the utility follow-up. You saw them trying to bail themselves out with that fast lane, but the aftershock, the paranoia, all of that a very deadly combination here. And I mean, Clove, like, yes, you're an aggressive controller, but not a retake like a Gecko or a solo agent that can divide these players. And when you're swinging into 2, it's just, you gotta spray and pray. And fortunately, that prayer was not answered as Giant X go up the round. And now the buy is not the best. A judge in the hands of Alkia. Maybe a choice here, but they do have some big ultimates to work with as well, right? The Death Contract, the Overdrive. So we'll see what Giant X is able to do. Leaning away from B main every round, now going back to more of a default and A side lean. We'll see what the adaptations BBL makes as a result.
You can already see the adaptations straight off the bat. You're starting 3 players over towards this A site, and now you can see the question marks over the A. The fact it's been so silent, they want to place someone over towards that top mid, and that's where Jada's taking up position. I just want to make a presence known, especially with the drone, the smoke coming out now. It's going to activate Proxima over towards the other side of the map. A bait tap from Alkia, but Miori doesn't fall for it. Absolutely locks down that kill onto Proxima there. Now the stun could be problematic if Smithet's follow-up is as speedy as we're expecting it to be.
So far. Just gonna be this
30
judge
seconds left.
saying, all right, you tried to deal with me in this corner last time. You won't be able to find the same result again. And the perfect pinch while they're distracted here. They talked about popping the overdrive when things were looking promising. And a 4K from Alkia is a surefire as it gets to tie things here again. 3-2-3 on Sunset. And it's really just off of that judge. And amazing timing as well from Jada here.
One enemy remaining. That's 3.
You can
That's
see
a
the
hard
idea.
stop.
Yeah, you can see the idea of what GX wanted to go for. You had Sarah placed over towards that tiles positioning with the stun out that, well, connects straight across, basically. So anyone peeking towards A or stuck in that corner that we saw Alkia in would get stunned up. And you saw the position that Smithette was in, ready to go for, well, sort of a sprint and isolate those kills when they are already stunned up. But instead, they wanted to go for that sort of contact player, especially after getting the first pick onto Proxima, maybe not expecting a player to be out on such an island in that corner. And Akia had the perfect weapon for the job, like you said, the judge, close quarter, gunfights, gets the first, gets the second, supported by the swing from Jada as well into main. Overdrive popped, and yeah, Giant Knight's timeout after that, I can respect that they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, after like the round prior, right, where it was the Neon and the ISO in that corner, they felt like they were equipped to handle any player kind of sneaked up there. And so I liked that adjustment from BBL to have that judge for Alkia, and it also made sure to keep the economy healthy moving into this next round versus it's been shattered for Giant X. So really we're going to see an eco strategy propelled by Sarah and this hero rifle. Maybe this overdrive from Smurfette, the only saving grace here, but if they're up close and personal, it's harder to track that target, and even the follow-up with that shorty is not gonna get the job done. Jada gets the pick-me-up looking here for more. Unfortunately, it's not enough HP to survive the body shot from Jelena with that Deagle. Death contract out because things were slipping in terms of sight control, but that grasps it right back, and the collected weapon from Jelena is not enough to stop Alkia on 3 flood. No plant, no round for Giant X, and BBL claim the lead.
Also invest as well from Proxima in that, well, 4v2 situation just to make sure no 1v1s were given in regards to the player left on site. Sort of, even if she fell into that ult and didn't come out victorious, it was already out in the open, so Sarah's fate was sealed either way. Yeah, another great retake coming in from BBL. Especially with the flood in regards to retaking of the space in particular over towards stairs. But this time it's going to be heavy towards B, and heavy and fast is what's going to be happening. So Smurfette has already taken so much damage.
And that timing of the Aftershock finding lens means that, again, Smurfette is unleashed backside without much trapwire, without much negotiation. And I liked the change from BBL there, right? They're like, all right, we're having a difficulty on these retakes being coin tossed. Let's fight for the site head on. They have the ISO Proxima on a side with them. It really was just, getting tied up next to each other there. And some nice breach utility as well to fragment that attempt. So again, back on the retake, this time with a disadvantage in numbers. We'll see if they've learned how to handle all these players in B main. So far, the answer is no. Miori and Jelena each handling the players that swing through the smoke one at a time, and it is a flawless way to bounce back 4-4.
I just want to know, out of all the kills that happened in the round, how many of those were through smokes or by utility, so they didn't actually necessarily have that sort of face-to-face gunfight? Because that's the point when we can see how Giant X were getting into those post plants on B when they were able to do like about 3 or 4 rounds now. They're planting in that position consistently and playing deep towards main for the majority of their post plant. They do tend to leave 1 or 2 players sort of in that site position to be like just the first point of contact, but as soon as he gets into main, I feel like it's a little bit more of a in the middle of a situation if they actually are going to come out victorious on those smoke spams or not. Of course, there's definitely pings on the map to help in regards to we know the general direction that they're going to be diffusing in, but especially when you have such a large number of players retaking, they can swing through the smokes there. So it's nice to see that they are aware and they're ready for it, like we saw in those gunfights that you mentioned about them swinging through the smoke into B main.
And so now we go to the BBL Queen's timeout, and I'm like, what are the changes they're going to make? Because it definitely, like I said, looked disjointed, looked like an afterthought. All right, let's have these 3 players fight for that choke point of B main before these players are able to get on site, because they have been conditioning. They have had Nest destroying this utility round after round. And so what I want to see maybe would be some B main aggression, right? We've seen, I think, over towards A main, right? Typically it was Jada and Proxima pushing out, clearing out some of these angles A main just for information. But if they can stop the B site from being claimed, then that's where we could have a change here. But speaking of changes, Giant X understanding that they're coming out of a BBL timeout, things are going to be different, so they need to start off carefully. Default, you mentioned kind of this 2 or 3 player lean towards tiles, while they still hold down A and B main for any aggression that would come out of BBL Queens. The only change I see is this really deep spy cam here from BBL. So far, it really hasn't spotted out that the troops are gathering for Giant X.
They're going to get a little bit of an early warning sign, especially with the utility that's being posted. But also look at the trips. There's no trips towards the site, only towards market and top mid, where, well, no Giant X player is going to be nearing them anytime soon. But still, the shock darts are going in, just doing the due diligence to make sure they don't get caught by it. But Jada might be able to catch them off guard with this positioning in the corner, but I would think they're away with the spams coming through the wall.
They're able to get out safely, thanks to that contingency from Proxima. The wall negates the damage, and only get some light chippage.
30 seconds
I
left.
did notice that kind of exchange where Alkia spotted out a BBL player over towards A lurking, so that's keeping them here now. But I think they're still convinced this is a B split attempt, and for good reason. But Jada, not dead yet here, and they have the support of their players. Back sight here, 13 seconds left. They are pushing the agenda through with low time left, and there's not going to be enough time. Even with that neural theft coming through, 5, 4, you still have Alkia causing chaos here in market, and Nest just has to cut the losses, save the weapon. And that's BBL Queen's doing a good job of not letting Giant X onto the B site for free.
Feels like they were absolutely sent into the meat grinder. They had peaks going left, right, and center all over the place. For the Giant X players, like, where do we look? We have BBL players coming at us from every direction and while shutting us down from every direction. And they go back into the lead. Timeout obviously worked wonders for them. Now we're coming up to that sort of second round of ultimates for the side of Giant X. The Rolling Thunder's almost back online, just one away, so you can see something around that. You have the Hunter's Fury as well for the post plant.
And if the B side XX are no longer working, they're going to try and go quick into A. Alkia, the solo elbow hold. Nest playing for information now that they've lost control of the site. And fortunately, Alkia able to shut down Smurfette here, just trying to play their life, play to cut off more of those players who might have entered through main. And all this utility to flush them out isn't working, and even that Rolling Thunder is not going to catch anybody because nobody's on site. Finally, they're going to fall, but I feel like the damage has been done. A 3v3 here. I feel like Alkia did so much, and nobody really came to their aid, but now speaking of coming to their aid, the Spike Cap, the Hunter Shiri, Jolina in this higher position, doesn't get pinged out. But they are the last ones standing regardless of that smoke CT. I'm going to navigate a 1v3. Spike is down. 40 seconds left. They just doing their best.
And the Shadows is available, so there is a possibility that she just hightails it out of this V. But given the situation, 1v3, not necessarily a play that she wants to go for. And yeah, it's just this sort of... we're talking about how well the retakes were for BBL towards the start, but it's more of the flooding of utility and back onto site control. They're just putting so much pressure onto the players of Giant X that they can't get the spike down. They can't get onto comfortable positions in sight, because you can see when we saw Jolina up on that elevated angle and playing over her smoke into CT, trying to get a pick like that, but well, her teammates were falling all around because they do not have any sort of that safety on site.
And I feel like they're struggling with information a little bit there, right? Smurfette had gone onto the site, saw nobody, lost the dude to Alkia, and that's when that Rolling Thunder came through. But at that point, there still wasn't anybody for BBL on that site. So didn't find much. But speaking of not finding much, Miori, 1-for-1 trade with the Deagle is a shining spot on this eco round, but Smurfette, who has a hero rifle for this squad, doing wonders here for claiming this A site, claiming the plant here for Giant X. So they may have been down, but they are not out. A Thrifty would put them right back on track for a 6-6 half here. But it's still a 3v4 with slight advantage here in guns for BBL. So they feel like they have to get proactive. Unfortunately, there's a missed timing between the duo swing with Sarah and the overdrive now in a full swing here to maybe close any of those gaps that have been built. It's not quite planted. Jolina going for the body shots, but worried about those tracers, worried about the follow-ups. So now they're just going to depend on this Hunter's Fury. But again, you have a Neon on the opposing side. If you're that close, you're not going to be able to get the full impact of it. But the impact from these Eagles, from this positioning, and from the distractions is enough to pull Giant X and their Thrifty over the finish line.
And you can see in the replays how well the round started off for the side of BBL, but it comes down to this CT push that I was sort of worried about in regards to the mistiming for the flash, but it's the showers, the messenger Luna that rain through, investing that Hunter's Fury just to sort of force the engagement of, okay, you can see the idea, okay, you have that Neon, we can run down this player, isn't able to net the kill on top of the utility from Ness having to disengage that defuse then, which allows then Jolina to follow up with that Sheriff.
They just know how to play their utility in these post plants, even in that numbers disadvantage situation after the CT aggression had failed. But cut your losses, move on. It's the last round of the half. It's full buys for both of these teams. And this is a different look as well. Jada, we're directly on site instead of playing for the retake here. That's because they have, right, Alkia playing this A main aggression for information so they can keep numbers over towards B. Too late though, Smurfette already on the entry, already propelled by Wenz and their insane utility here, getting the reveals. But Jada, we said it aggressive here. 1-for-1 trade. The Giant X taking space, taking duels on site. Leaves them worse for wear on this retake. Just the two duelists alive in this situation. Double tap about to run out as well for Proxima. And that's the difficulties here with Giant X. They get in, they cause damage as fast as possible, and then get out. So this ISO cannot find the full impact of taking the fights that they want.
Yeah, but that's not the only thorn in the side of BBL. You have Miori on this flank, and you also have a Neon Ultimate being invested towards me just to try and cause as much issue as possible. And it is indeed Miori that is able to net both of them. And just as they were about to head into that smoke to try and force the issue towards the main players, well, Sight's compromised now behind you. And BBL just pushed in and corralled into a corner there to even it out into a 6-6.
And I think Smurfette popping the overdrive was just for that distraction factor. Like, all right, we got to worry about this aggressive Neon perhaps, but they're low HP. They're sitting there just waiting for Miori to cook to get that timing. I mean, Miori finishes the half 16-9. Talk about impact from these lurks that have been coming through on their attack half. Now they're on their defense. They get to set up their domain. Interestingly enough, they're starting out on the A site. And we might get some aggression from Smurfette over towards B main here. I'm curious to see what this pistol is going to entail because it is that 6-6 half, so this is going to determine who gets off to a early start and an early lead. There it is. Relay bolt off the one-way, off the shock darts. Unfortunately, this default from BBL evades the repercussions of it. Now they're leaning over towards A because they don't know how many members pushed up alongside Smurfette over towards B main.
Yeah, but that's not just the only issue. They've been able to take out that trip as well, which has sort of pushed them into going towards A, unless they want to, well, from their idea, there's a stack over towards this B main. So they're heightening out of it over towards A, and that's exactly where majority of the GX players are ready and waiting, ready to play off the trips. Have just been taken out now, so it's going to be CT push. Or is it? Alkia is just running around the place, wanting to put as much pressure on as possible, just raising question marks as is the Neon close? Has she retreated or not? But the paranoia, the stun, and the run in from Smurfette is going to be what's starting off this retake.
Jada was on the island, but it might not matter because the aggression through Link is the trade-off here. And Alkia with these frags and these players towards main are all still doing a good job holding control over the site, but Spike wasn't planted for them. So now they're having to fight back in while a player gets it to half here. And Sarah in the 1v3, unfortunately, gets pinched between Proxima and Wen. So what looked dicey for a second, it still will end with a BBL pistol here.
Charges.
I mean, there's one pistol for each of these rosters. And yeah, you can sort of see how back and forth some of these rounds had been on the previous half. So if BBL are able to get a better footing into this round and connect maybe 3 rounds in a row, because you can see that it was win 2, lose 1, win 2, lose 1, and then it was sort of that back and forth. No one was able to really get grips on the economy and sort of get that propeller into widening the round gap potential. So that's why we see it is in, well, it's 7-6.
Again, we'll look to seeing how perfect this second round can be, because that was a huge factor for Giant X. They only lost 1 player, and that 1 player just had a pistol.
Drop in a smoke.
And that did enough damage in the follow-up round when weapons were in the hands of BBL. So they're worried right now about a potential aggressive play. Speaking of aggressive, a high-low setup in the corner. But like I said, you only have a pistol there for wins. So that's not going to be much, I guess, trophies found. And I think that 1 pick is enough here. They've also kept players on B, so A should be pretty much free here. Another retake attempt can have to be staged by Giant X. Alkia, about to say, nervous that you were going alone. Take a friend with you, and Jada is that friend here. Fault line paranoia. Oh, the paranoia will land to isolate Alkia, and now give Giant X a way back in off of this utility as well from Ness. And Jada, who was trying to aid Alkia, now is left to pick up the pieces in a 1v3. Narrowly avoided that Sova utility. Now has to try out these players. Fortunately granted the 1v1. With 17 seconds left, they have to look for an advantage to get this plant down. Has to go for it. Fortunately, Giant X doesn't scale just fast enough, but with that collective weapon from Ness, all they're gonna get is a plant, and that is disastrous. Losing your buy up to a Thrifty.
Pistols really do have hands for the side of Giant X, and you can see in the situation it was still completely winnable for Jada. It was in that 1v3. You had the Bulldog against, well, 3 pistols. But it's the collection of that weapon that really helped bring this into a close.
Oh, for sure. And it really was, again, I feel like Ness, even if they're lower on the scoreboard, their impact with this utility has been insane. It's been setting up a lot of these bigger rounds, these clutches, these thrifties, and that's what's keeping now Giant X right back into the swing of things. 7-7. Economy disrupted. Only that hero rifle from Alkia, likely funded by Wens, who had that ghost only in hand. And now we'll see what Alkia can do. Tip of the spear here on this A-side execution. And it's interesting. I feel like both teams have just kind of maybe played 1 person elbow, but nobody on site. They're going to rely heavily on the wall bangs off of these trap wires, perhaps. Maybe the elevated angle from Jolina. Neither really finding an impact just yet because of these clove smokes, but they get information at least. And a player has now tucked their way into elbow, but here comes the better weapons on this retake. Likely another reason why they didn't want to take any head-on fights against these numbers that Giant X would bring. Here we go.
And it does come down to the retake. No one to, like you said, no one to take those one-on-ones or sort of get the possibility of being rushed down. So playing fully for the retake. Smithhead gets one, but is traded straight back out by Wens. Wens actually picks up 2 for himself, but it doesn't matter. Sarah and Ness are there to, well, bring this round back into, well, the supposed conclusion that we were expecting, seeing what BBL were bringing into it. It's Giant X, 8th on the board, back in the lead. But let's see if they can actually make this into sort of a couple of rounds together, because I don't think a single team has yet to put 3 rounds in a row, and Giant X now have their opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat said that the symmetry of the rounds being exchanged was impressive. And I would agree, because the economy cycles are matching them, even if it was a surprise thrifty, right? Now the buy is back in BBL Queen's court, and now this timeout is going to be used, right, to patch up that gap that was built by getting thriftied. And while I think there was improvements in the post plant there, the setup, there still were some small mistakes adding up, like Alkia trying to retreat, maybe getting a body blocked in the smoke. And that was your hero rifle taken down pretty early on, and the players couldn't recover it, and then they lose control over the round as well. They also have a bunch of ultimates coming up, so they want to figure out the best way to maybe utilize these, whether it's this round, whether it's in the next round, to maybe, like you said, build that kind of stability of getting 3 rounds on the board, because we're getting towards, like I mentioned, danger territory of an OT reoccurrence here on Sunset.
Oh, for sure. And, well, if you just want to look at how GX have been playing, they've been playing so heavily for that retake. like if you want to talk about round 14, fine, they were on that eco, but in round 15, they just didn't want to like challenge it at all. And with the utility that they're bringing into it, especially with Miori on that cipher, you can basically just forget about the flanks that are possible, especially if you have your camera still up over towards B, you have the trip towards top mid, or if you're playing towards A and you have your players rotating through mid. The amount of utility that they have for the retakes is absolutely insane with Sarah, Neth, and Smithette.
Oh. This is an aggressive way to start the round. I mentioned ultimates for BBL, but it looks like Giant X is wanting to take the initiative with their ultimates. Hunter's Fury and that Overdrive popped in tandem, but it doesn't matter because that aggression has been shut down. Their counterplay to the potential changes BBL was going to make falls flat, and now, I mean, round is over.
Running low.
It's still a 3 versus 4 for this retake, but yeah, it's not looking too strong for the side of, well, BBL. I take it back. It's Giant X that are putting the names into the hat, getting 2 kills on the board, and well, taking back the advantage. It's now a 3 versus 2, and both of these 2 attackers are separated, disjointed to try and defend this spike being defused. But it's Alkia doing it all on her own. Gets the first, gets the second, and now it's all down to Jelena. Gets the first, but no, it's going to be Alkia that closes it out. The 3k on the board for her to, well, even it back up.
I said the round was over, essentially, just because of how fast that impact was found by BBL to shut down this play. It's still close for comfort, and it still is prompted by this heroic 3k clutch by Alkia here. What a way to end the round, and I think that's what we mentioned, how close these rounds are, is keeping this cat and mouse game afoot, because yes, BBL Queens wins that round, but the issue now is your economy isn't still that great. And we will say, Overlay is not updating, so the score might not be accurate. We'll get to see what exactly happens with the overdrive in Alkia's hands. Heavy market pressure. And it's going to be heavy pressure on Miori to hold down this site, and they do! The trade attempt here, attempted from Philippa, and they are going to stand their own. They're going to anchor until Smurfette is going to bring them all down. Wen's trying to isolate these players. Searching. You have to clear out this corner, and Wen's thankfully does to give them a chance. I think this is a 1v1 now. Bring around the Rosie, and unfortunately it takes time to pull out your weapon, Angelina. It's exactly when they strike. What is that, probably 9-8 now?
Yeah, 9-8 in favor of Giant X. So hopefully, yeah, it's not great, but we're going to try and get that HUD sorted out for you as soon as possible. But yeah, 9-8 in favor of Giant X. Comes down to the Jelena 1v2 situation. Not going in favor of BBL. Yeah, some nice shots coming in, and even though this HUD is a little bit delayed, you can see how much impact Alkia is having on this Neon. Basically being, well, 3 jobs for this team. And now coming onto the attack, I feel like this is where we're actually going to see her shine on this agent in particular. So if we've seen what she can do on the defense, coming into the attack now, it should be even better.
And it seems like BBL this go around on a save buy as well, so maybe a hero rifle to prop them up again for Alkia. You mentioned their impact. They're being asked again to deliver those results for BBL. Get some utility off the table for Giant X over here with their humane antics, but still no site control, still no frags to be found, and now the re-clears for information from Giant X coming through. They see this isn't necessarily a mid-B split, so they can focus their attention back on main, which is where the majority of the forces for BBL are about to try and force into this site. Soviet utility, Neon dash all in towards the site, but a frag and a neural theft come out, and that's all they need to fully direct their attention towards these duels. And yeah, you don't want to pop any ults because it's an eco round going in favor of Giant X. Maybe breaking that curse now. It should be 10-8.
Yeah, 10-8. Double digits now hit for Giant X.
Those. 8-8 actually. Wait, is this might be delayed?
Yeah, I think we've been put onto the sort of the clean
Time
feed.
travel,
where-
guys.
Yeah, we've time traveled back in time, so you are actually going to be able to see those rounds fully without that HUD covering up majority of the action. Oh no, you're going to be seeing us instead.
We get to break down those 2 rounds then, because I feel like those were important. That might be Giant X just starting to pull ahead in the horse race, right? And close out BBL's map pick. Like I said, when we looked at the map picks and bans, it felt like they had to start with a win here on Sunset to set themselves up for success and perhaps the 3-map series.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're talking about Giant X, and well, if we want to say they're getting back into the driver's seat of this map in particular, from where we left it, it was 10-8, and that was going into another buy round. So potentially we could be seeing, well, a 13-9, a 13-10 because of how the economy situation is working out. We've time traveled again yet into the future, so we are back at that 10-8 mark. And yeah, look at the economy for the side of BBL. It's
And that's my issue here, is if BBL wins this round, it has to be cleanly. Because if they don't, then there's a chance for Giant X to maintain that lead here. When they have Rolling Thunder, they are about to charge up with a lot more ultimates to follow it as well. So again, caution to the win for BBL. Not only do they need to win this round, but cleanly.
Cleanly is the name of the game, especially when we're talking about Giant X on this defensive half, where they do an opposite of that for the start. Miori gets picked off, isolated over towards that main position, wanting to, well, catch off the BBL players off guard, but it's Ness that gets the entry for the side of Giant X. Jolina picks up Wens towards mid, so now they know exactly where the remaining players of BBL are, and Jada just seems to be running towards her death, unable to find anyone to target.
Ever so slightly, they still are able to find one here. And Sarah not able to get the trade. Proxima causing chaos here as well, so tension averted for many of these Giant X players, but suddenly things equated. Sarah on the flank here, so it is going to be a 2v3. Rolling Thunder popped as well, just to try and isolate the players on site, but they both were main. So now, low HP mirrored between the Sova and the Omen. They're going to try and push the agenda, push into this dark cover. This Venn diagram of smokes, and it's unfortunately going to come out with a spray from Sarah. And there should be plenty of time for this defuse. It's close. Oh.
Nah, she's got it. She's
Yeah,
got
they
it.
got
Plenty
this.
of
2 seconds,
time.
yeah.
Plenty of time.
And there it is. Like I said, not only did they need to win that round, but cleanly. And because Giant X is winning it, they're back to a save to potentially, or a force, which either one is not going to be great for them, right? So we're probably going to see, I would say, a map and point for Giant X.
Yeah, you're looking at the possibility of having to, well, concede 12, or trying to force it into this and possibly concede the map in the 13-8 fashion if you aren't able to convert it, just because of the economy situation has been so dire for the side of BBL. And Giant X has been, well, massively controlling it, and massively controlling something is Mufet on the sprays towards main, picks up 2. Wens does get her name into the mix, but Ness immediately shuts it down. And just like that, within the first 20 seconds, we have a 4v2.
Yeah. Weapons, though, at their feet, so a chance if they can take this 2v2 here towards B main without losing anybody, but in great information and great synergy between Sarah and Ness, and as predicted, there is that map point favoring Giant X. What a way to close things out here so far. And they have ultimates online as well to carry that momentum towards closing out this map. I will say, we have Hunter Shuri, we have Neural Theft, we have Death Contract, all for the side of BBL. So I want to see Proxima. I want to see what they can do with that, because I feel like just some of the initiator utility that's been coming from Giant X has been really insane in setting up the players. I mean, you see it. I think if Ness plays off site, sends out a dart, and still finds one through the smoke. So, I mean, I think you mentioned it one round. You're like, how many of these kills just in this round alone were through smokes? I want to see how many for this game for some of these players. And look at this. Confidence. Trying to dismantle it. But all they're going to do is, I think, leave Proxima stuck in a corner. They win this duel. No, Proxima. Oh my goodness, the bodyguard Wens keeps him alive.
I know exactly.
So does that shield.
One enemy remains.
So many kills going in favor of Giant X, and it comes down to the 2v1. It's all down to Wens if they can elongate this map, but that's exactly what Ness wants to stop. Brings it out into 13-8.
Oh, and we mentioned Giant X is the one that has been growing with each passing, I guess, occurrence against BBL Queens, and this is the cleanest they've been able to take a sunset as well. It went from a win, I think 13-5 for BBL Queens, so then the 14-12 victory for Giant X, now 13-8. So getting cleaner and cleaner, maybe finding a home in this new Neon meta as well, right? Smurfette having that impact, but Miori insane, 24-16, 4 first bloods. They almost match Alkia in that stat. What a map to open up with.
Yeah, just looking at Miori, majority of those were over towards the mains when they were on that defensive, but also attacking side, just taking the fight to the side of BBL, and well, it worked out perfectly because, well, we saw how dominating their defensive side was, especially towards the tail end of the half.
And I think this is a good difference to point out as well is just the number of converted post plants, right? They only 2 missed for Giant X. Obviously, there could have been more opportunities if we went later into the half since they were the ones on the attack the second half, but 2 out of 5, less than a 50% conversion rate. And I think that's when they took that time out because they realized something is going wrong on these post plant scenarios. So that's something I'm going to be looking at when we get ready for our second map of Ascent as well, because I feel like it's a little bit of a retake simulator on maps like Ace. I'm hoping they can set themselves up for success. I'm also curious to see what happens when we get over to maybe a map that hasn't conceded fully to some of these new metas, and you still do see some of the mirror meta compositions of old. So maybe that normality will bring kind of more cohesion and back to the basics, as we call it, to re-synergize with this newer roster.
Well, I can say this is probably what is going to happen because I don't think BBL or Giant X have changed off that default comp for ages. Of course, they have that new addition coming in, so there's a possibility for a switch up, but I'm expecting them to sort of go back to the bread and butter of Ascent. And well, that's what the Turkish team was known for quite a while, whether it was in a GC or in the Champion circuit. Ascent was sort of the Turkish playground, especially when you're talking about sort of the main BBL team. And coming into this for the BBL Queens, they've had a fair good share onto this map as well, but it's Giant X that took it away both times in the previous, so it's going to be a grudge match, I believe, when we get onto that. But for now, let's just go for a little bit of a break, get some water, and we'll be back with Ascent, and let's see if it's going to be in a 2-0 fashion for Giant X, or if, well, BBL have something to say about it.
Seconds left. Bye-bye. Here we go! 1 enemy remaining.
That's 3. Got one. Here we go. Too slow.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, charges. Smart move.
Hit. 1 enemy remaining. 1 enemy remaining. Standing.
Drop.
1 enemy. 1 enemy remaining. 1 enemy.
Too slow. Don't try.
Welcome back to our second match of day 3 for the VCT Game Changes EMEA Stage 3 for our groups. We are currently in the middle of our series between Giant X and BBL Queens, where map 1 was taken in a more dominant fashion of a 13-8 on Sunset to kick off Giant X, stealing away BBL's map pick. And as we get ready for Ascent, we've kind of set this up as a grim reality of a treacherous comeback for BBL Queens, but why is that, Winter?
Well, just talking about Ascent in particular, and well, the matchups of these two teams in every single series. Well, I say every single. It's only been 2 this year, but one in Split 1 and Split 2. But it sounds more scary when you say every series, because BBL Queens are yet to win against Giant X, whether it's in a BO3 or on Ascent in particular. And when we're talking about this, in Split 1 back in February, it was a 13-9 victory, but when we came into the one not a couple of months ago, it was a 13-2 Zuby. They were managed to get 2 rounds, and well, it was just domination from Giant X.
Oh, for sure. I get to take a look back at some of those match results, and I mean, we already saw kind of a Giant X improving on Sunset and pertaining to what they've learned about BBL Queens and how they operate, even with that new player coming into the mix. But either way, work cut out, and you can see that even the maps that BBL is able to take, minus that Sunset, have been really, really close in the last matchup. So I'm ready now to jump into Ascent, hopefully. You mentioned it. Both of these teams haven't really strayed too much from the meta. I know we just finished out the open qualifier in NA, and we had like deadlock versus deadlock on Ascent, but probably won't be seeing any of that here today in the server. We're just expecting that mere meta matchup, but who knows? Maybe we're gonna get, Jada come in and be like, I want to play deadlock.
Well, we've seen Deadlock being brought out for G2 Mimi on their Lotus comp. But yeah, Giant X, BBL Queens, going back to the bread and butter of Ascent, not even straying from the Killjoy over into a Cypher mirror comp. So honestly, I think this is the best way to sort of measure up these two teams, and the addition of Jada coming in onto that controller of Omen, how easily they can sort of gel into this roster, because we've seen it against Heroic, but they are also undergoing their own changes and their own adaptations from Split 2 to Split 3. BBL Queens, this is the chance now to sort of go up against a team that is fashionably dominant on this map and has also haven't made any changes between that Split 2 and 3. So they're already a well-oiled machine specifically on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a measure of raw power over, maybe compositional differences like we saw with that ISO Neon come out for BBL Queens over on Sunset. But then again, if you lose this and you're like, all right, what can we change? Because it's Ascent. I mean, yes, you maybe can get some nice Killjoy lurk plays, and that's where I'm going to be looking at maybe a head-to-head between Wenz and Miori, because Miori had an insane map 1, and we know that they can hold their own, which is really pivotal on an attack half. But speaking of attack halves, we are going to be switching starting sides for this map. Giant X is going to be on the defense. BBL Queens actually opting to play the attack first. What are your thoughts on that, considering kind of Ascent is maybe viewed as a defense-sided map with these mirror meta comps?
I think for the side of BBL, they're an aggressive team, especially when you're looking at some of the players that they have. There's a sheer prowess when you're coming down to the Jet players, but also the lurks as well from Wenz have been impactful in previous series. But the last time we saw them play this map, it was Giant X that started on that attack as well, and they started with their 10-2 half, so we didn't necessarily get to see the BBL on that attack, and maybe they want to get the sort of the pace in their own hands for this one, especially it's easier to control it on that attacking side.
I'll also be keeping an eye out for Proxima here and setting up Alkia, because they struggled, it felt like, a little bit on the ISO over on Sunset, even though that's what they've been playing more recently. But good to see how the KO fares for them already this pistol round. Be heavy or lean. Interesting approach from Giant X, though. They don't have kind of a Killjoy Sova on the B site. They don't even have the Killjoy backside Boathouse. It's just this kind of passive angle being held, at least initially, by Smurfette. Now, once the execution comes in, there's your molly to try and force them into the fight against Smurfette, but they just swiftly dodge it. A little bit of chip damage, and sight is now under their control. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake for our pistol.
And just because of how far away the Dynax players are, there's going to be a little bit of time, a little bit of leeway for BBL to get into a poised plant position that they're happy with. And you can see they're already starting to establish these crossfires.
Here.
It's going to be a heavy CT push coming in from Dynax for this retake.
For sure, and they're able to isolate, start clearing out every single corner, one after one. Not much coordination between the BBL players, unfortunately, leaving Alkia in a 1v3, which they might have been able to salvage, but just the jump out from Sarah and too many differing angles. They're gonna hand off at Orb as well to Ness, who had a great opening round as well. I want to see how close they are. Yeah, look, they're halfway to that null command already.
Yeah, and well, you can see how impactful some of the KO utility can be, especially on the sort of retakes. Pop that null command, and well, you saw how easy it was for them to dismantle the post plant and the crossfires there with the pistols. Imagine if they have no utility either to back it up with either. And yeah, it's nice to see Sarah getting on the board nice and early for this one, as I feel like she can be so impactful, not only just with utility, but with positioning from previous maps played.
And again, right, Ginex tapping into that retake kind of, I guess, confidence, right? What was it, 2 out of 5 post plants for BBL over on Sunset? Now they're 1-0, or 0-1, I should say, here for Ascent. See what they're able to do, trying to go mid here, but an early recon bolt shows them. All right, there's probably a party in mid right now, and now no exchange is taken, just shots exchanged. Alkia really low, I think, from these wall bangs, perhaps, as well. Now you don't have an entry as much when you finally decide on what site to go to. So they're going to have to rely on maybe an off frag, maybe these B main players, isolating them, finding that killjoy to take this utility offline. But this is all kind of wishes that we hope will happen to make the lives of the BBL team easier on this eco attempt.
Yeah, and it's also just raising question marks for Giant X is what BBL are trying to do, taking out that utility as well. But Ness is going to be looking for answers herself with that Aldrin towards mid, but it's Miuri that actually finds the players. And look at that, the safety numbers of the BBL players, a triple peak to take down the Sova player towards mid. And now this opens the realms of possibility for a B split.
And so far, nothing found through the cloud burst from, you know, from Sarah and from Smurfette, but Spike now drops because Sarah has arrived at the party. They wanted their no command this round. Fortunately, Smurfette's gonna steal away those frags with the Marshall. And while it started out as a great frag, great coordination, like Lee mentioned, for getting that frag on Nez, it falls off soon after. Here we go. There it is, the replay. Just each player holding their own here. Nicely done.
It's about as much as you can expect from the side of BBL coming into that with, I think they only had one sheriff across the board. Everything else was just classics. And for Giant X, it's just an easy day for pickings, especially with the Spectres and the SMGs. Now it comes back to this is going to be an important one. Last time we saw this, GX were able to actually convert this round and have it. I think they even started with a 3-0 start, sorry, or a 4-0 start when they were on the defensive side last. So for the side of BBL, they really do need to get on the board now and make sure Giant X can't actually build any sort of momentum. And while Smurfette, her momentum just going straight into the head of Valkyria there with Marshall, headshot, Valkyria down.
Now, you have to figure out how to pick up the pieces when once again your duelist is out of commission. They were the previous round just because of how low HP they were. Now they're quite literally out of the mortal realm. Now, so far, this fake out of utility over towards B main really hasn't been convincing. We thought we were going to see that Owl drone come out as well from Nest just to re-clear. I don't even think they expended that. They're fully convinced that this might not be a B execution. And now they've confirmed that basically with this 0 point, with that kind of shrouded step out from Jelena as well. So now the rotations have just made this A execute worse. And there's 20 seconds left. You don't have the option to rotate. Now you've been divided by this fragment. You're divided by Sarah, now Generator. 19 and counting here. Jelena hasn't been dealt with health. This is shaping up in my mind to be a pseudo thrifty, but 12 seconds left. That support not even rallying in from Tree. They're saving, yeah.
Yeah, there's just no realms of possibility that they believe that they can win that out, especially with how long and prolonged the delay was over towards main. Isolated Fleeper trying to go in there, but it's mainly the fact that the rotates are in place. And I was talking about how strong a Giant X can be, this 3-0 start, and you're all off the back of Smurfette's initial kill, just decimating Alkira in mid with that Marshall. And yeah, looking on the replay, straight to the dome, not a lick of damage taken. You have the saved weapons from the bonus round coming in. The Bulldog ringing tree for Sarah there onto site. Just look at the buy for BBL now.
I think that's a good time to mention that last time when it was that 13-2 victory, they won 6 rounds in a row before BBL Queens was able to put up 2. And then that was it. And they were starting out on, BBL Queens was on the defense. So now they're on the attack. Now Smurfette's upgraded from the Marshall to the Operator. And they've, again, shut down Alkia. The first bloods. Smurfette finding both on Alkia, so they cannot entry. These saved weapons. See what they're able to do elsewhere on the map. Now they have to go for unconventional routes, like mid to B, perhaps. Maybe tree day. The Operator was repositioned. It's barely missed the timing.
Yeah, but the sound's going to be huge. Sarah just going to drop down that fragment there just to buy more time. And look at you're talking about the Operator and how fluid Smurfette has been. And she's gone from B main to mid and now already posted up over towards A to help with the push it out. And that's exactly what she does. Proxima falls. Blaze-Storm's popped, but dropped. Wens and Felipa in a 2v2. Mirror comps, mirror clutches. It's the Sober and the Killjoy for both of these teams that's going to come into play. No difference in the util, but difference in the firepower because Wens just absolutely goes head for the 2 remaining players of Giant X, and that is the round that they get on the board for BBL.
And it's definitely when it was needed, right? They saved the prior round, brought these weapons forward, and after a really bumpy start, that rebound, that clutch potential from Wens is huge. I said that was a player I needed to see step up because of how impactful Miori was as the Cypher over on Sunset, and that's one way to make that name for yourself, and maybe even now get the idea of some ults charging up for BBL Queens to carry that momentum forward. I mean, they got the blades out last time from Smurfette, so they're not going to have a bailout for this Operator. And look at this, Alkia, tired of being the first blood, going to try and challenge the Jet to an Operator to Operator head-to-head, but unfortunately, they're on opposite sides of the map.
And especially when you're putting Alkia onto this Operator on this T side, you have your grouped up over towards B, like the pack over BBL, and just allowing Alkia to solo explore with an Operator towards the other side of the map. But it's going to be Jolene, and that's going to be getting so much information now that it's a heavy default. Smurfette finally falls on that Operator to Jada. Opens up new realms of possibility, but BBL, they're still split up completely across the map, so they're going to have to either go in for this mix, but Giant X have another idea. They want to challenge towards mid. They could cut off these rotations.
Miori. Felipa has to do the perfect bodyguard for these players coming from spawn, and unfortunately Miori gets out. Squeaky clean with a frag on 2 wins, so that's going to be no flank hold now as well. So you have to leave a player there to see, okay, is Miori going to re-swing, re-flank through tiles? No, they've joined up with the team here over towards Market to try and maybe deny this site execution or flood onto the retake with the rest of the players here coming in CT from A. Nice Odin spray here to prevent more players from getting onto the site. Nice chip damage off to Proxima as well. You get to see that again. Another attempt for BBL to repair their post-plant record. Look at the utility that Ness has online. Look at the information they have gained. Jada alone here, main. A whole firing squad just staring them down. Patience here. Let's try to get shattered by these players pushing the agenda stairs. And it would have worked, but unfortunately it's just a 1-for-1 trade. So numbers skewing in favor of Giant X. Look, the recall will team back online.
And that could prove difficult for Alkia. They know the only place that she can hide is within that smoke, and that is just a call to let rip on those weapons. You have an Odin spamming towards you and a Vandal. No chance in that round, and it's 4 for GX. And yeah, talking about that retake, the Sarah's null command, not necessarily super impactful in regards to the retake itself and getting onto site, but also it was mainly for not allowing the positions to be held so aggressively towards lane and also the main peak. You can see how Jada got droned out straight away and well dealt with, and then it meant all eyes then focused towards that backside there.
And I don't know if you saw that, but the slight delay on the defuse from Jelena was so that Miori could pick that operator back up and hand it off to Smurfette. So a hard stop here for BBL Queens, 4-1, and they are looking like they might have a half buy here. I mean, both Felipe and Proxima have money, but then Wenz and Jada really don't. They have so many ultimates that they should theoretically be able to work with. Maybe even Alkia, if you farm the orbs and go for a late round hit, that could be impactful. But regardless, there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of possibilities in what they could go for this round, which I think is why they're taking the time out now to figure out what they want to go for, because I feel like I like the decisive hits, just the issue's been that Alkia gets first blooded. So now that Alkia might be starting to come online, that's when they can start going for kind of, I feel like what Ascenta is good for is just getting onto those sites.
Okay, a little bit of a trivia for you guys.
Oh no.
Out of I love how it's an oh no, but yeah, this is a big oh no for BBL. Out of the 13 rounds over 2 maps that BBL have played on attack, they were only actually able to win 3 across 2 seasons.
Wow, they're looking to maybe get more here, hopefully. But Smurfette says otherwise. Maybe Smurfette's why that stat's so low. Another first blood on Alkia. That's the counter. That's the trivia we need right now. It's at 3, right?
Yeah, we've got 4 in total, okay, across 13 rounds. And coming into this is what's kind of needed for BBL, is they need to get sort of a good foothold on their attacking side. When, you have these mirror comps, but Giant X are just... This is their home. Ascent has been one of their most played maps across multiple splits now, and they're showing exactly why, because of how dominant that they can be on it. And not just against teams like BBL, there's multiple teams that they've, well, come away victorious on Ascent.
So far. And once they lose that duelist, they're kind of going back to these defaults, trying to look for just information. Look for an opening. It typically has been this mid to B. I think that's what GX is starting to read here. They're like, all right, let's cut off these players from market, but they haven't dealt with Wenz, and the trade follows suit, so they might have a shot at converting a 2v3 now. Ness and Miori, they were the duo that was left in that 2v2 clutch that Wenz was able to close out. That got BBL their first round. Let's see if they can remedy that past mistake and keep Giant X on the forward charge.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, waiting for the rotate to come through. We already had, well, a couple of miles to run on that rotate day, but it does mean Util's coming back up online, but it's Null Command that's going to be popped for Proxima. Spotted out towards backside and absolutely spammed down by Ness. They are aware of main. That's exactly where they're looking towards. Ness isn't able to net the frag, but does enough damage that scares them off from re-peeking. But Miori, the clock is ticking. It's a 1v2 that's needed, fully blind. And now Proxima nets the kill. And a second round on the board now for BBL. So this is exactly what we want to see. Getting these rounds, getting their foothold into this half.
Very well done. And it's interesting because I don't think that was their plan out of the timeout. I can't believe it was, right? Because they all start tiles and unfortunately they find Alkia. So I think they were going to go for a more direct B hit. And just that proactivity from Giant X forces them to make a quick on-the-fly call. So kudos there, maybe to Fleeva with the mid to B call. And even with Giant X raiding into it and having those players CT to handle it, just again, going back to basics, coordination between the players, maybe even Wenz again with that impact starting to grow with each passing round. Able to keep those numbers healthy and keep now the score line healthy on the road to recovery. 4-2. Expecting maybe a random eco play, maybe some aggression that they're waiting out here from the side of Giant X since their buy isn't there either. But now, they're the ones on the attack. They got to make the decision. They got to go somewhere.
You can see how scared they are of mid as well. On the classic eco round, you have a Jet that just dashes with the KO flash. There's a lot of chaos that can happen towards that mid area that they just waited that solid 30 seconds before even taking any sort of space. Deep arrow as well to clear out the corners. Okay, it does spot out Ness though. A little bit of chip damage, but there's nothing really singing any sort of warning signals for Giant X. And if that, Smith's actually rotating over towards B.
Ooh. And Ness playing distraction here for Miori. This would be a huge vandal to get into their arsenal, and they just have nobody else even close to tiles. So if they want to go for that treasure trove, they can. Thinking of even expending the owl drone for that trade of the weapon. The Spike and the players are all headed towards A. Sarah Position confirmation from the shadows as well. Over to the side. It doesn't.
Spike down A.
Revealing area.
They might have just saved that round for Giant X. Felipa, they know they respond. They're in the 1v3. There's 12 seconds left.
10 seconds.
There's no way they can clear these angles. They just have to gamble, hope they can get the spike and get the stick. And I don't think Jolina's gonna let that happen.
All Jolina has to do is stop the bomb, and that's exactly what she does. And what a round from your Omen player. You can see the thought process, the codes going through her brain. She gets the first with the Sheriff and see that Jada's ult's being invested to bring over to sort of try and take this site quickly. Hopefully you can see in the retake that it doesn't shoot the ult, but it shoots the player instead. And look at that. You're talking about the post office being good at deliveries. That is a grade A delivery of the spike right into Giant X territory. And right into the territory, getting a 5th on the board.
I really thought that was going to be promising, right? They recovered a spike, they have Alkia make their way onto the A site, and it's just not able to leave a player there over towards Tree. But we're already chaotic. This is the original BX like I thought they would go for off the blade. Now that Alkia is back in the mix, and for good reason, 2 kills. Yes, you still haven't dealt with the player on site, you haven't dealt with Miori. Or now they're from the shadows, from Jolina. Again, looking to bring a day of reckoning, but Jada alive, it doesn't matter. The reinforcements have arrived, and so has a 6th round for Giant X. Safety guaranteed at the half. Gonna be looking to expand that here now.
Can I get this?
And what? Just the quickness to these adaptations, these callings that Giant X is making, is why they are a front runner, I would say, in this group.
Yeah, and back-to-back rounds now we've seen Jolina pop off and really cause impacts and, well, devastation to the side of BBL and the players coming into this. It's not over yet. Yes, you said about the secured the at least the minimum an equal half for Giant X, but BBL back on a decent buy. Only Alkia really suffering in regards to firepower, bringing in a Bulldog instead of a Vandal, but they do have ultimates to work with. If they're able to utilize this Killjoy lockdown in a particular place to gain space, they can try and hold off against the retakes, but again, the retakes have been pretty strong for Giant X so far.
And now BBL trying to take, like, maybe what were some of the win cons for those first 2 rounds and convert them into a consistent strategy. And they seem to have identified that as the middle of the map is that weak point here, perhaps for Giant X. And it's ironic because I think the operator was posted there and then it repositioned, so they've just left the Odin. And now you've seen Sarah and how they're able to hold down True with their utility, with those fragments, even with this flashlight. They go back and they find frags, they find damage, and when they have to cut their losses, Jolina is there to pick up the slack. Operator shot uncharacteristically misses, which might give an opening here over towards A main, but they still haven't got for a tree, so that would be 1 player on site if they can even get them there. Proxima holds their own here, but they still are only sitting at 11 HP. Fortunately, there's only an operator tucked away in that corner, but I mean, that operator can hit its shots regardless. Ooh, and they switch the gun.
Peeks before the drone. Inevitably falls, but it's still a 1v2 situation. The Odin isn't what closes it out, but the Vandal of Miori. And, well, they've definitely secured an equal half, but now a favourable half of them going into it, 7-2. And looking at the economy of BBL, it's looking like it's going to be 8. But yeah, this interaction in particular is just the sort of the trade-off between Sarah and Jolina here, just doing so much damage. Admittedly, Proxima is able to get a lot more than possibly Giant X hoped for, especially when she was on 11 HP. It does come down to that 1v1, but it doesn't necessarily matter when you're looking at the economy for Giant X. They've got 3 rounds in a row now. The economy's building up, and for the side of BBL, it is just crumbled.
I don't want to say that we could be headed towards another 13-2, but it feels like we'll at least get maybe an 8th for Giant X here, unless we can see that lockdown and this Hunter Shuri come in tow. If they can win out these duels with these aggressive A main players, that's 2 Vandals, but this is what they do. They get off site as fast as they can once they realize they cannot hold their own here. Sarah pops an old command, so even if this door closes from them falling, they would have been able to get lifted back up, but they get the 3K and get out with their live Smurfette, closing the job that Sarah has started. Again, this duo has been lethal this half. I feel like Sarah was one of the players that had a quieter first map.
Sarah just absolutely shut the door on the A side for the side of BBL. Giant X stretching their legs now, 8-2. And we might be seeing sort of a similar half that we saw in the previous map. In the previous time these two teams faced off on Ascent, but it was swapped sides, so it's not as if Giant X is necessarily that dominant on one particular half, on one particular attack or defense. They just dominant on Ascent.
Ooh. And I liked that change up there from BBL, trying to get ahead of maybe the swings of that aggression they expect now from Sarah and Jolina. But again, Sarah just comes back in from tree. Wins is at least able to get a 2-for-2 special there, but we'll see what they do now. Are they going to invest the lockdown? Yeah. At this point, I feel like you need to. You're running out of rounds, opportunities, but if you wait any longer, I feel like Giant X might just disrespect it altogether.
Yeah, but they're holding it for this counter lockdown here. So as soon as Miori's goes down, so does Wen. So it's either they're going to respect or they're going to feel like they're going to have to push into it. But Nett's ult now is aligned with that kill, so the lockdown is just going to be nullified. And all that happens is, oh no, both of them have gone off.
They're going to body block. Wait for their teammate. Oh wait, is everybody detained?
Everyone's detained.
Ness is detained too?
Everyone's detained.
And then no command at the last second, but the Odin, they just have to stick it all the way. They don't. They get off. There's not gonna be enough time. Yeah. What a chaotic round. BBL using every ultimate that they can. Same, I would say, for Giant X with that last second Hunter Fury that isn't able to break the lockdown. What a way for BBL to get their third. That's gonna be a confidence boost to maybe close up the half. Maybe get a 8-4 here. And it's again Wentz that's having a really good map.
One enemy remaining. Boss coming back. Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade.
And you can see the counter ult actually works in favor of BBL when it comes to the timings, because while Protomy gets her Vandal back out before Smurfette's freed from being detained, back to the regularly scheduled broadcast, and Regina picking up the first blood for Giant X yet again.
Oh?
Just not going to expect to play at this point. Jada's just absolutely speed walked all the way up to ramp.
Oh no, they haven't forced the operator out of heaven though. We've seen Smurfette usually good for one in these situations. Fortunately, not gonna find the shot here, so site secured. This is where we talk about having an operator for the retake is not optimal, so they might have to swap over to the Odin here, even in tree, the only available weapon. They clear out to make sure that Jada didn't stick around. They clear out Switch as well, all before breaking the door. Now, we're gonna see what the post-plant improvements look like. It's gonna be Jada from the shadows to try and complicate issues, cause more uncertainty, but Sarah says my certainty is frags. Finds 2, complimented by Miori. Now Philippa is the only one position confirmed here in main off of their own shock dart. At this point, Sarah is single-handedly carrying this squad into the 9-3 here. Woo!
Switching sides.
Alright, Winter, you believe in the 9-3 curse?
Just from what we've seen of Giant X on this map in particular, and it's nothing to go against BBL because they've had decent showings on this map against other teams in this GC league. But when it comes to Giant X, they've just been so dominant on this map, and I think they've only lost it about 3 times in this league this entire year. And one of the times they lost that was actually in a tournament. It was the Insta-locked off-season tournament. So technically, it wasn't even this original comp because they were forced to bring out 3 duelists. But yeah, other than that, they've lost it 3 times. One against Carmen Court back in February, Team Falcons in June, and then Falcons again in playoffs of the last bit. So that's the only team that seems to have an answer to them on this map so far.
I was gonna say, maybe myself was saying you need to ban Ascent against this team, but Ben's trying to say maybe BBL has a chance at beating them. Alkia winning out their first duel for this round, but again, the trades, the pacing for Giant X all unrivaled here. 2v2. Sarah dinked down decently here, so pretty safe for Plant Fleet, but not quite close enough to counter. We'll see what utility these 2 have left in the tank for the retake. Another mirror clutch in the post plant, but they are divided. That's not able to aid their teammate there on the lane denial. Here comes that utility I mentioned. trying to isolate these fights, and they are just not being given an opportunity from the remaining BBL members. But there's that opportunity sprung in the last second. Right click from that distance won't get the job done, and nor will the wide swing. Proxima keeping things together here for BBL, getting a much needed pistol to potentially set that 9-3 curse into motion.
You speak of it, it might not happen. You don't want to talk about the curses available, but yeah, it all starts with the pistol.
I passed a series last night that had 3 9-3s in a row.
Did the curses
It happened once. It happened once.
Okay, so what? That's 1 out of 3.
Yeah.
In the possibility. Okay, so there's still a chance for BBL, is what we're trying to say. It does start with pistol, and now they're coming into this. You see Smithette on her, well, key weapon onto that Marshall, so that's one to look out for what impact can be had into this round. But everyone else, upgraded pistols, Sheriff at max. So BBL wanting to close this out as clean as possible, maybe even losing one because you do have Wens on that base. So I think 1 or 2 is the most that they're going to be comfortable with losing, especially on a buy like this.
For sure. And I like Smurfette and the idea with the Marshall here. Maybe expecting some light shields out of BBL with these heavy weapon investments, but now that it's been kind of sprung, we've heard the shot ring out, they're not taking any of these mid duels any longer. They're like, long angles are a no-go. Because of that, they've kind of relinquished the mid control they built up early into the round, instead just seizing for more of a standard A pop. That's where the numbers are for BBL here currently.
And numbers could prove an issue for BBL, but they do have 3 players over towards this side. Make that 2. Like I said, the Smithette Marshall can be an issue.
Thing is, though, they're not going to be able to recover that Bulldog for the foreseeable future unless someone goes aggressive and puts their life on the line. Heaven, which is what Smurfette looked like they might have been doing. Instead, they are like, all right, let's put our Marshall long, because they found the smokes player too. They found Jada, so they can comfortably Marshall from main without much concern here. Fortunately, though, the other 3's position is going to be revealed, so they don't have to worry too much about main, or maybe that's just a red herring because of this Marshall and the double swing. Alkia handles it with precision. Alkia handling every player here on the retake with precision. There's still one more they got to handle, and they're out of bullets. And look at this, Miori has just gotten them off the spike with the distraction factor. Wens full trust in Proxima, but they don't have trust about Jolina lurking around. Dice, time, picking spike, cab, and it's a 1v1, 12 HP for Miori. And unfortunately, Proxima is not going to take the gamble of the stick. They take the frag, they take the round, but you said they'd be comfortable losing 1 or 2. Max, they lost 4, Winter.
It's not only just losing 4. Giant, like I said, Giant came into that with 1 Marshall and 2 Sheriffs and 1 Ghost. And what they walk away with is a plant, 4 kills, and the only weapon that's been able to be saved over is that Bulldog. And you can see the response from BBL now. It's like they're having to force up to sort of buy around it. And this isn't really looking like a bonus, because this could prove, if Giant X are able to walk away with this, we could be looking at an 11-5 just based on the economy management that BBL are risking here.
Decent information again about the numbers, about the standard defensive approach for BBL. They know 2 or 3. Do they know the Omen is aggressing, peeking, jiggling A main? Not so far. But again, it's been these kind of heavy mid-control ideas from both BBL and Giant X in both of their attacks. Again, we'll see how this Sova and this Killjoy are able to combat it, especially because they're about to be heavily pressured by numbers through market.
The split could begin to get dangerous for BBL. They're closing the door, but it's an absolute tear down of it, and it's a little bit of a whip, but Felipe gets a trade. Smithette back onto Felipe. Now it's a 4v3, keeping the advantage in favor of Giant X, and this is going to be a post-up, but looking at the health on Smithette.
And they're smart to get the Outlaw. They're going to be like, all right, if I'm going to go down, I can maybe get 140 off of a player.
But look, it's only full HP and full shields on Proxima, so the other 2 will be 1 body shot, but it's the spray going absolutely sideways. That is the downfall of Smithette in that round, and there's so much information on that's gathered, and the time is ticking.
Miori. I think Muir could go huge here. Yeah, they will, but Proximo goes bigger. Back-to-back clutches for the KO. The Fuse will follow suit. BBL. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna. Yeah, but they are on the road to recovery. 9-6 here. That was another pretty heavy buy. So I'm expecting a save here, this time from Giant X. They should be looking at a 7th.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, it does seem Hero Rifle is totting through Miori's mind here.
Here.
Investment into an Outlaw as well for Smurfette. So she's so close to those Blaze Storms, so it might not prove an issue going into the next, but inside of BBL, looking strong. Blaze Storms out for Alkia, so there's going to be a lot of movement availability for her in these fights towards mid. It's a crossfire that's been set up.
I think they've read in the fact that similar to how they did on the attack, Giant X is taking a lot of mid space. You're aware of the potential of this corner. Clears out and catches Wen sleeping, but they don't catch Alkia, who was holding the crossfire. Smurfette now with that frag, one off from the Blades. So this is in the realm of possibility. A 4v2. Has to see his player, a hero, step up, and Proxima's done it before. I don't think there's a tailwind. So surprise, Smurfette is still alive.
But now they know where both these two players are because of the utility that's being expended and the sound of the bullets going through the smoke. And yeah, hello, Smurfette with the Outlaw starts it off and just closes it out perfectly for the round that Giant X were able to finally get on board on this attacking half, and that is what it takes.
What a round. I said I wasn't gonna jinx it, and I feel like I did still. Like I said, that should have been the 7th, and I feel like they got a little bit too proactive there. Like they were doing a good job giving up that mid space to Giant X and then handling instead just the sites. And instead they dedicate 2 players to holding down bottom market, and just beautifully pieced apart by Giant X. So now it's Alkia with the hero rifle. The economy flipped on its head. And they used ultimates that round as well. They used the blades off the rip. So they don't have those ults like we saw Giant X have to potentially convert things. Miori, one off from the lockdown as well. Nest, one off from the Hunter's Fury. So win or lose this round, I think Giant X is setting themselves up for a nice closer. Oh, and they want the former.
Yeah, taking out Jada. It's going to cause Proxima to activate. Trying to isolate this kill, believing it's only Miori towards this position, and instead she swings into a 1-up, 1-down, and signs her death in towards this round. That's exactly what also happens to Wenz as Sarah gets her name into the mix as well. It's just going to be a heavy short push here. Really got the chance to say anything other than just a little few pot shots through the smoke.
Amongst the chaos, Giant X secure. Spike plant on the A side. Only 2 players left for BBL. Strike that Alkia. The only player who had that hero rifle. No shield though. 100 HP and so many angles to piece apart. And they're just gonna win, or they're gonna lose, I should say. How this map is started with the 1v1 against Smurfette. And fortunately, that means Giant X pull ahead on to 11. It was a save round at the minimum, so should be a buy, a chance for recovery here for BBL, but they lose this and it's gonna be a save and Giant X sitting on map and series points. So yeah, this is when you take that breather. This is when you take that timeout, because this is going to determine if the game ends in the next 2 or 3 rounds or not.
That's the importance of it. Giant X on the precipice of reaching that match point, like you said, but also just look at the ult economy that's already up online for the side of Giant X. Only Nest that hasn't actually got hers available. It's only 1 away. And when you're looking at the side of BBL, sure, you're 2 off the Killjoy lockdown, you're 1 off the Hunter's Fury. So they're able to come online within this round, but it just depends on how they utilize and at what point. Because say for Felipe falls and they go for a heavy retake using that Killjoy lockdown, it could prove devastating for BBL.
For sure. And that's kind of what I mentioned. Like, they haven't been using these even on those thrifty attempts and conversions for Giant X. I think even Ness is going to get an orb here early on, so they're going to have all of them. Interesting that they're still starting out here with kind of this float approach and 2 players over towards tiles, 3 over towards main. Maybe they're gonna go for a Killjoy lockdown fake over towards B, while the real efforts are towards A. The only spoiler I could see would be Alkia maybe going aggressive, spotting out some players over towards A main. But that would be a solo expedition, and they're just holding the choke point with a judge. So, gonna get spotted out probably by this 0 point. Ooh, ever so slightly not.
Yeah, but it does allow Jelena to get up onto this elevated angle and deep angle into main, so they can just post her up here and then just reassess where they're wanting to, well, just explore the map really, because now they're setting their sights over towards mid. You have players posted up on B main, A main. The only place that you haven't necessarily got any sort of information or space is over toward this mid area, which they're pressuring now with Smith. Just going on a wander, really, trying to feel out what sort of defensive setup BBL are running, because they've made 0 sound across the board.
And we know they're going to go aggressive as soon as these players congregate over towards B main. They have all the tools, all the ultimates to make it happen, and there it is. The null command, the trigger from Sarah to isolate this Killjoy backside without much support from Philippa here, other than a swing through the fragment, through the smoke, and unfortunately it's shut down, dropped by Miori. The Wens, we've asked them to deliver results, and they are trying to do it here again, and they have, but they still have to get off site because the lockdown's been popped, or they can die. And that's what they are going to offer, looking for that last frag, and it might not be enough. They held their own for so long, and it's still a 2v3 where Alkia has a judge. 3 take, now the upgrade found, fortunately, but so has their position by that Sova utility getting destroyed. We'll see 13 seconds left, no way to counter the spike going down, but it doesn't give a time for the players at least position off site.
And look at this, they're going for sort of a hermit crab setup. They're placing all the players onto this site. There's not much utility left for Giant X to work with, but it's the same for BBL. It doesn't come down to utility, it comes down to the prowess over the players like Ness, Angelina, that just absolutely go for their 1v1s and win it out. And that's 12 on the board now for Giant X.
Again, this replay, Wens did so well trying to survive here. When there was so much chaos to manage, you don't have utility, you now have the clock literally ticking on a lockdown. You have paranoia flying at you. And they weather that storm fine too, and it's still just not enough here. And I'm surprised they had players playing on site for that reason. They knew all these ultimates were in the back pocket. That's probably something that was discussed during that timeout, but the other thing discussed during the timeout, this last round force, all the ultimates that are now in their hands. What is this? They're looking for mid-aggression out the gate here, and somehow Giant X seems to be aware of that possibility. Turret, not quite found yet. Ness even gonna drone it out. So they have to leave now. Just the KO Sarah. Sorry, Proxima alone here.
Yeah, they're aware of the possibilities of players pushing down close, and with that smoke as well, they're now going to challenge into mid, and while the peak is well timed from the Lakia, but Sarah that wins it out. Proxima and Jada do have something to say about it, but and finally get into favor, but they're stuck in a hard place trying to get out, and is just killed. Sarah taking down a lot of damage over towards this position, so BBL, they might be starting off this round on the right foot to try and push this further and further, and build up those round counts to take this into overtime, but Sarah and Smithette set the sights over towards A now. Philippa going to be tested.
Scanning ahead.
Nice start to try and isolate these players, but the cloud burst keeps them in the dark, keeps them for the 1v1 trade. Now Smurfette 1v2 to potentially close out the map before even going for the spike plant, trying to isolate a player that might be on their own, waiting for the rotation from Wens. And Wens with the lockdown, trying to force the issue here, but they might have just given Smurfette the in by breaking the door for them early. Smurfette falling back. There is one Molly still for Wens to work with here to maybe try and stick, but they're just going to go for it off the timing, the half. Found the blades, popped, and with one landing Wens, super low HP. The swing is good, and 13-6. Giant X maintain their performance against BBL. Queens maintain their record on Ascent, and then start out their debut in VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 with a dub.
Yeah, and it's sort of like history's repeating itself. Maybe the score lines have changed, maybe the map veto has changed ever so slightly, but it all concludes on Ascent for Giant X here, and BBL going to be walking away from that of what went wrong, because it was looking ever so good, especially in that round in particular. It takes a 1v3 from Smithette just to close it out, but it was a tall ask from BBL when they were in that 12-6 deficit. And just look at Sarah, 22 and 12, rivaling Smurfette even for the KD. On that Jet, on the KO, the sort of the dynamic duo, that's exactly what you want to be seeing. But is shout out to Miori and Jelena as well. Really good on those site anchors.
I feel like that was a big issue with BBL is when Wens was starting to heat up and start stepping up, that's when the players that had a really strong map 1 were starting to cool off, it felt like Alkia, who was insane on the Neon, was the top frag, I think also had over 300 ACS, but still just wasn't enough here. And this is an interesting statistic as well. We mentioned that the site plants weren't the greatest, the post plants weren't great for BBL, and it's a similar story here over for Ascent. Now still only a 50% conversion rate. Giant X also still only at a 50%, but I think they were just winning out a lot of the clutches, and then also it's even because they didn't get to go through all of the rounds there on the second half. But other than that, I mean, the first kills, I think, is what speaks for it. And I would love to see how many of those were from Smurfette onto Alkia, because I want to say it was at least a fourth of them.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned about that post-plant statistic, out of the 12 rounds that were played for BBL, they only managed to get it down half of the time and then converting even less than that. So for the side of Giant X you were talking about, they didn't necessarily play all of those rounds, but being able to keep that 3 out of 6 for that is also impressive. But I don't believe that
Sarah?
is Sarah.
Wait, that's the wrong Sarah. That's Sarah Frags from NA. Shout out to NA. But what I wanted to showcase with the Sarah statistics is namely that they stepped up immensely between map 1 and map 2, and that it was a huge difference because then you had Smurfette with somebody to rely on to finish out the rounds that they were opening up, and vice versa as well. I mean, the map ended with Smurfette in an insane clutch.
Yeah, and I actually have a little bit of the statistics for you in regards to the first bloods. You wanted to know how many Smurfette had onto Alkia. It was 3-0 on Ascent, but it's not even just that. It was also onto Wens as well. Went 3-1 to Wens, which was one of the sort of the site anchors that you're looking at for BBL. And I think that really just sums up what was actually happening to BBL in this matchup. Is Smurfette was just absolutely taking these unexpected picks and setting up her team for success so early on into the round. Like, take for instance the third round of their defensive side, where she just peeked into mid, immediately got a martial shot onto the head of Valkyria, and that sort of just snowballed the round, and then also therefore snowballed the half in their favor.
I mean, shout out as well to BBL Queens, because I think they figured out that a little bit too... They figured it out, but it was just a bit too late into Ascent. I think that map, or like after their timeout, that last timeout in particular, when they fought for that mid control, and they did, I think, come away with the first blood, and like that's when they were like, okay, maybe the first blood's that early advantage that Giant X is getting is what's causing issues, causing problems for us. But at the end of the day, it still was that 2-0 victory for Giant X in their debut here for stage 3. We didn't get to see Lotus. Maybe we'll see it another day. Maybe we'll see some spicy comps out of one of these teams. I mean, I'll say the Sunset comp is pretty spicy. The ISO, I want to see Proxima when they're on a better day on that ISO, because I feel like it would have been a completely different Sunset.
Yeah, for sure. But let's just have a look at what happened today. We've seen what happened with BBL and Giant X. So let's have a look and have a recap of what went down on this play day of Split 3.
Yeah, it was a very insane Series 1. I was on the edge of my seat watching that between G2 and Carmine Core. I was like, oh my gosh, this could go to a map 3. We might have a little bit more time until it's our time to cast a Winter, and that would have been a statement way, I feel like, to open up for KC here, because G2 obviously undisputed champions right now in VCT EMEA, but unfortunately they fall short. But still, it shows them that that's where they're starting from, with potential to beat them if they make it out of their group, if they make it into the playoffs bracket. And then we go over to another 2-0 with a completely different synergy, right? It was more dominant than that series again between G2 and KC. So there it is. G2 still at the top of their group, undefeated, versus Giant X. They debut and make it fairly even now across the group, upsetting BBL Queens to now a 1-1.
Yeah, and the reason that you're seeing Giant X at the top there instead of Valiant is because of the round differential, but other than that, it's heroic and alternate attacks and odd one out across the board. That gravity in that sort of they're in sort
Danger
of the
zone.
danger seat. Yeah, they're in the zone that no team really wants to be in, especially after the first week of games are going through. But let's have a look at tomorrow's game, see if any of these teams actually have a chance to put a better foot forward, at least to the start.
And it looks like only Alternate will here at their game against Nazar. But I'm going to be looking forward to, I feel like, the Valiant GC game versus Falcons Vega. Because Falcons Vega, obviously, I think the number one seed coming in to their group. Valiant's come back with a vengeance after a rougher stage 2 here. So that would be a way for their confidence to be booming, for a statement way to claim, I feel like, the heading of that group. But again, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's all in the name is waiting and seeing. But from what we've saw today, I've got to say I'm pleasantly pleased from all of the teams actually in the first week of how some of them have gone away with a break, specifically Valiant as well. Like we can see them on the tomorrow schedule. But they, like you said, they've come back with a vengeance. They've taken the break. There's been a few changes as well. They've went through contenders and they came out with a bang. They've got their first win in game changers since split 1, I believe. So there's definitely a lot of growing room for some of these teams that have done over the break. So it'd be exciting to see some of the matches coming up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, just the announcement as well that EMEA is getting an extra spot at Game Changers Champs has probably lit a new fire under a lot of these teams. They were like, oh, G2, Falcons, Vega, those are our 2 teams. It's over. Now they're like, wait a minute. There's a 3rd spot. And that's what now is giving them that opportunity to kind of vie for it, fight for it as hard, because even with those kind of points that build up, there's still that opportunity here in stage 3 champions. But it'll have to, number 1, get out of their group and get to the playoffs. So again, we'll be looking towards those teams that are in the danger zone, Alternate, and obviously the opposition in Group B. But other than that, that's really all we have for the day, Winter. It was a pleasure getting back into the VCT EMEA scene with you here for today. I will probably get to cast again together before the end of the group stage, or maybe when we get into playoffs. Are there any matches you're looking forward to in the group stage?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to a majority of them, but especially the Falcons games tomorrow. I think that's good. Like today, it was going to be the the G2 KC game. That was sort of the highlight, I believe it was, between the top seed and the 2nd seed that you're expecting to go through from the Group A. But I think that's what we're looking forward towards Group B as well. But you mentioned something about the whole thing about there's a 3rd team now that's going to be available for EMEA to go to the championships. And it's just talking about the points in particular. So 2 of those teams are going to be going through on points, and whoever's able to actually win through this stage 3 is going to be that 3rd team going. But what's actually interesting that I want to highlight to some of you guys in chat is the points for split 3 is actually heavily weighted more than that from split 1. So for 2nd place in this split, you're going to be getting 85 points compared to what G2 actually got in the first split. When they won, they only got 60. So the points sort of level up as the splits go on. So it's definitely a lot more important to how teams actually place in this series and in this split 3 to see if they can get those points to qualify through. So that's a little bit of a fun fact for you guys, that it's not all out for some of the teams towards that middle portion of the point standing. That is still a chance, but it causes them to get out of groups in the first place. But that's it for me and Zuby on the desk for today and on the casting mic. But make sure you guys are back the next time that we're going to be seeing these games go through. But yeah, have a nice night, get some sleep, get some hydrate, and be ready to watch some more GC next week.
Good night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy planted. One enemy. One enemy. 4. 8. Spike plant. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One. Last player standing. Enemy down. One enemy.